We have one, two. We have at least three of us here. We have four. We have all of us. Correct, Ryan?
You are correct, Chair. We are set to go.
All right. Well, here we go. In accordance with Executive Order N-29-20, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. Once you've called in, press *9 if you want to comment on an item, and that'll raise your hand. You will then hear a prompt to press *6 to unmute. So with that, we will begin. And Ryan, will you do a roll call vote, please? Not a vote, a roll call.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Here.
Supervisor Wilson?
Vente.
And Supervisor Bass?
Here. All right. So with that, we will now move on to the saluting of the flag. And Ryan, would you let the flag wave, please? All right. I know we have a flag, right, Ryan? Okay. We had it yesterday. All right. We may just have to use Rex's pillow. All right. Heck with technology. All right, we might as well do this now. I pledge allegiance to the flag, here we go, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you, Ryan. At least we know we have a backup plan because Rex still has his pillow. And we are ready to stop sharing the flag. All right, here we are. So welcome, everybody. Just wanted to give a little idea of how this meeting will run in case we have people on who are normally not our normal viewers. So once again, for those of you who would like to call in and make comment, please raise your hand by pressing *9 at the beginning of the item you'd like to talk about. When you call in, you will want to turn off the volume of your computer or your TV, whatever it is you're watching us on. This is due to the time delay as the video stream actually falls after what you will hear on the phone. And that's why we were finding a lot of people not being able to unmute in time because they're listening to the TV and there's a problem in the difference. So just turn off the volume on whatever you're watching us on. So I am strict on the 3-minute rule, and I think everyone should have the same amount of time to speak to all of us. So at 2.5 minutes, you will hear the sound, and you will know you have 30 seconds to wrap up. And through that point, your speaker will be muted. Don't take it personally. It's just so that everybody has the same opportunity to speak to the board. And also, I do believe it's important for us to take breaks. So whether you're watching us or you're here with us, I'm going to try to take a break somewhere between 10:30 and 11, and then again before the time set item. So with that, CIO Nilsson, are there any modifications to the agenda?
Morning, Chair Bass. I believe Supervisor Wilson has a modification to agenda item C5 that he would like to read into the record.
Sure, or just make the statement. C5 has just a typo. It has a population served by the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District of 25,000. It should be 88,000, just a typo. And if it's all right with everybody, if we could just correct the typo as part of the motion to the consent agenda.
And is that the only change, CIO Nilsson?
And that's my motion to approve the consent agenda.
Perfect.
Second the motion.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Let's go to the public to see if there's someone who would like to comment on this item. We're talking about the consent calendar. I do not see any hands up. Ryan, do you?
I don't either, Chair.
All right, so then we will go back to the board. And unless there's, is there any other conversation? I did want to I did want to point out a couple of the agenda items, if I actually could find my agenda. Obviously, we had the tsunami preparedness item, and we usually have Lori Dengler here, and we appreciate all the work the tsunami group does. So I wanted to mention that. And it is also Social Worker Appreciation Month in Humboldt County. And quite frankly, I don't know how we would survive without the wonderful work of the social workers. So those were my comments I wanted to add. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. I want to say thank you to Datsu Perkins, who I have appointed to the Human Rights Commission, and to Mark Stefano for the Forestry Review Committee. Thank you.
Sure. Any other supervisors have a comment they'd like to make? Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, again, I'm going to echo your thanks to our social workers, and just, as the fabric of society, I keep saying phrase on the end. These are the people that are mending that constantly and just tirelessly, and almost without thanks, except for these, for these things that we do. And so anyone who knows and cares for your local social worker, please give them as much thanks as you can today and every day. I also want to mention that, this is the 10-year anniversary of the Fukushima tsunami, and we did receive, we did get it here. It came. There was some minor damage on the West Coast, and I mean, it was major for for us in terms of the status quo. But if that tsunami, that very relatively small wave had hit at high tide as opposed to low tide, we would have probably lost many more marinas across the coastline. There probably would have been higher injuries. We did have one death in the county, and all of our levees and dikes and levees would have been breached. So we dodged a bullet in that case, and I want to just again reiterate the thanks to not just Lori Dengler, but all of our emergency preparedness folks who work on trying to be prepared for these types of events, and it's also forever. So thanks.
Right, thank you. And I would say I do notice 2 people have their hands up. However, because I have closed the comment period on this, I'm not going back to whoever's got their hands up now, but stay on, and you can I would think you can still make comment after this item during the next comment portion. This coming up, I just don't want to reopen it. That's kind of a bad precedence. So with that, Ryan, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So now we'll move on to the public comment on non-agenda items portion of our agenda. This is the time for community members to comment on items not on the agenda, and no action will be taken by the board at this time. I will mention that if these 2 folks that had their hands up wish to speak about what happened on the consent calendar, that will be okay as well. So with that, I do see several hands, so give me just a moment to make sure I've got the right people in the lineup here. Okay, the first person ends in the last 4 of 7429, followed by 0504. And please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, supervisors.
Welcome.
This is Roby Tenorio, and I'm coming to you today with the same concerns as I had last week, but with much more urgency and alarm after you voted 3-2 against the appeal by the neighbors of the Rolling Meadows Industrial Grow in McCann. In addition to the appeal and all it brought forth, you also received compelling and firsthand on-the-ground information from residents and volunteer emergency first responders and environmentalists to urge you to support the appeal, deny the project, or at the very least require an EIR. This type of industrial cannabis operation is not what the majority of Humboldt County residents want. And as a supervisor, you have the option to weigh the elements and choose what's best for the whole of the county. And with your vote, you chose the interest of an out-of-state industrial grower over us. Members of the board expressed their belief that you had to give the applicant a permit because they had, quote, a good plan that followed all the rules. Well, the information presented from the public and the folks who appealed the project clearly showed it is not a good plan. And I'm sure that as a supervisor, you do not have to support any plan if you receive information that shows it will have an exceptionally negative impact and you receive that information. You could have denied the permit or required an EIR on the road issue and access by emergency personnel alone. Since some of you feel that you're stuck having to support these industrial grows in remote rural locations, even though it may not be what was intended with the ordinance, I ask you today to immediately put a moratorium on permitting all industrial-sized grows in rural remote locations until the language of the ordinance can be changed. Placing these industrial grows in our rural neighborhoods is not acceptable. The impacts on the roads is not okay. The use of wells has not been analyzed. The impacts on our neighborhoods and first responders should be given much more serious consideration. So I'm asking you to please immediately enact a moratorium on permitting large industrial cannabis operations in the remote rural areas of Humboldt County. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you for calling in. Next person ends in the last four of 0504, followed by 0151. So 0504?
Yes.
You are welcome.
Thank you so much. This is Darren Nemo. I'm Deputy Director for Child Welfare and relatively new to the team. Great to be with you this morning for the social work appreciation proclamation. I wanted to thank the board and those in attendance for elevating the work of social workers in the community. As you know, they are heroes, often unseen and unsung. They do very hard work day in and day out to provide better outcomes for our community and help those that we care about and live with every day. So I just wanted to voice appreciation for this and thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Darren, and welcome to the county team.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have 0151 followed by 0720. So if you are 0151, there you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Dottie Russell here. As things progress and more information comes out about code enforcement, I wanted to share with you some of the concerns that a number of people have. First of all, I hope that with schools reopening, that will mean that the Board of Supervisors chamber will be open soon too. I haven't heard the plan, but hopefully when that opens again, so that people can come to the chamber and see what's going on and make comment, that in addition to that, that Southern Humboldt, where they have the planning department, people come 3 times a week or 2 times a week, that there could be some kind of addition to by using Zoom so that people could attend remotely by going to that office in Redway. So I hope you'll think about that as a possibility to engage people that live far away. So as far as code enforcement, it's come to my attention that some of these code enforcement issues that have then been taken on to have a fine or hire someone that then is going to be a lien against the property is happening to people that have been taking care of a problem, an unserved problem for over 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. A neighbor in Garberville of the church, of the Christian Science Church, came and said, you know, for over 25 years, homeless people have come to stay overnight, obviously not every night, but have come to find shelter and to find hope at the Christian Science Church in Garberville for over 25 years. I haven't even been here for over 25 years. So fortunately, I don't get blamed for all of that, but it's a situation that happened, and the reason that the people had broken into the church and had a fire there was because the tax assessor had said that they would tax the property that's normally not taxed because of being a church, that they would tax us if we had a caregiver in the detached cabin in the back. And that's how it all happened. So I think that was a misunderstanding. If that is the case, I think it should be changed that churches can have caregivers because it's necessary, at least in the climate of some of the terrible things that have happened to churches and people that were at churches taking care of it. I think I just heard my beep, so.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right. Our next speaker is 0720. Welcome. Press *6 to unmute. All right, welcome.
Good morning. I am Joan Romo from Eureka, and still have a couple of questions dealing with possible opportunities for next week's thing on COVID. Why does the criteria for reopening our counties for the COVID restrictions keep changing? We were told last year the criteria for the blueprint for a safer economy metric was created to keep ICU beds and hospital equipment and staff from being overrun and to keep the death rate down while we were trying to establish a herd immunity within the state. Now we are being told that the ICU daily count is not important anymore. So it will not be on the daily dashboard for Humboldt County. Now we have a new metric that is based on the number of vaccines that are given. Why wasn't a green tier put into the tier metric for a blueprint for a safer economy on August 30th of 2020, so we would know when the governmental, social, economical, and physical restrictions would be removed? Why wasn't a green tier put into the health equity metrics that took effect on August 6th of 2020? Why wasn't a green tier put into the new metric in March of 2021, so we know what the criteria is for removing the physical restrictions? Since the yellow tier is for 2 and under cases, that means that 0 cases, 0 hospitalized, and 0 deaths are still in the yellow tier. Alpine County represents the canary in the mine. Alpine County has a population of around 1,200 people. They have had 0 deaths, 0 cases, and 0 hospitalizations of COVID since February and have been in the orange tier. They now have been recently moved to the yellow tier. If they can't open their county with those statistics, then no county in California will ever be able to open their counties and take back their lives again. On March 12th of 2021, on page A4 in the Times Standard, this was taken as a quote. When officials established the system in August, Governor Gavin Newsom said it was too soon to look ahead to a green tier that would signal to go back to the way things were. But as vaccinations increase in cases, hospitalizations, and deaths go down, officials are preparing to introduce one, though it is not clear what restrictions would be in place. The Democratic governor said Wednesday that officials are now working on setting up a green tier and have been now for a number of months in anticipation of this bright light at the end of the tunnel. That means that even if we in Humboldt County have 0 deaths from COVID, 0 people in the hospital from COVID, and 0 positive cases, we will still be in the yellow tier of restrictions also. There is no light at the end of the tunnel as long as the green tier has not existed in the past and does not exist now. Hopefully, Dr. Hoffman will address these questions during his report to the Board of Supervisors next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. All right, let's see, we have 2 more at this point. We have whoever ends in the last 4 digits of 7108, followed by 9449 and 7108. You can press *6 to unmute. And there you go, welcome.
Hi, thank you. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and I first wanted to start off with a few process things. Is the Rolling Meadows issue was huge, and it still is. I mean, there's so many upset people that this has gone through, but it got set on the calendar at the end of the agenda, no time certain. I know people that wanted to call in and participate, but because there was no time certain and because they couldn't wait around for hours to see what was going on, they weren't able to do that. So when you have issues of great community interest, it needs to be put on time certain. And I hope that happens in the future. I don't know what it takes to get on there, but things that important. The other thing is, it was cutting down the public comment to 2 minutes. I realize you want to get out of there, get through your stuff, but 3 minutes is not much. You cut it down to 2 minutes. These permits that you're allowing way out in remote areas and in neighborhoods, these are going to affect the people for as long as they live here. You're worried about, we got to get through, so cut them to 2 minutes. I think the very least, you need to listen for 3 minutes, even though with over 1,900 signatures on a petition and all the people that called in that had serious concerns, it seemed like that didn't matter. What the people thought, what their concerns, the impacts on them. The important thing was to get this permit approved and on. And there's so many things wrong with that permit. This thing is just going to make a living. This is going to be millions and millions of dollars because there's 4 crops, not 1. So let me see. Please listen to the people. We're the people that live here. And I'm just really upset, along with a whole bunch of other people, that we're not being listened to. It's like you don't care about the people, you just care about getting these mega growths permitted.
Thank you, Bonnie, for calling in. Your 3 minutes have passed. And so now we're going to go on, whoever has the last 4 digits of 9449. And just press *6 to unmute, please, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Shakti from Southern Humboldt. I wanted to second everything that Bonnie Blackberry just said. In fact, that's why I'm calling today to voice opposition still and finish my comment for the Rolling Meadows Ranch and sort of point to some other issues that I see here. I want to first start by saying that the permit process has so far favored the larger cultivators, sometimes from out of the area, sometimes not. And that can be seen in the data from the county. The majority of farms that are permitted are larger than 10,000 square feet, and the majority of abated farms are less than 10,000 square feet. And it's all happening in the same county department, and the same board decisions are getting us to that place. And so, over the past 4 years, as a worker, as a local person that just cares about the community, I have a child who's growing up here. I'd like to see the community cohesive and functional and sustainable. And so I've been wondering what the county's vision for the small legacy cultivators would be. The folks that they're abating or they're ejecting from the permit process, just inherently due to the cost and complexities. And I recently found my answer in Rolling Meadows Ranch application. It says that, quote, a large portion of the residents within these communities already work in the cannabis industry. Their 30 workers basically are going to, currently in the surrounding areas, there are cannabis cultivation operations employing many people. As some of these operations disappear, the area should see a net loss in the number of people needing housing. In some cases, the illegal operations eradicated by virtue of county action. He goes on to explain the abatement program that you guys use to eject mostly small farmers. And they say that there's no impact on their 8.5 acre footprint project in the middle of nowhere with 30 workers driving sometimes 6 hours round trip, and there's no impact to our housing requirements. Southern Humboldt has an extreme poverty and affordable housing issue. There are more people that are homeless in Southern Humboldt than there are in Eureka per capita. It's like 3 times, I think, more. Around the figures many years ago. Or is it 7 times more? It's just enormously large amount of people that are living on our streets here already. And so this 8.5 acre project will displace people, and the workers are coming from abated farms that shouldn't have been abated in the first place. And I just want to say that as a worker, I'm not happy driving 6 hours round trip down a dangerous road where someone just overturned their car yesterday. That very road to McCann, the back road, the Alder Point Road, they overturned their car yesterday. And as a worker, you're telling me that that's the plan. I'm supposed to go work at this farm instead of next door.
Calling in, Dusty. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for calling in. And that was our last public speaker on items not on the agenda. So now we will move on to the next part of the item is the matters initiated by board members. And today comes from Supervisor Bushnell regarding appointment to a seat on the Garberville Veterans Hall ad hoc committee. And Supervisor Bushnell, I will hand this over to you.
Thank you. There was a vacancy when Supervisor Fennell left, and so I would like to have someone appointed to the Garberville Veterans Hall ad hoc committee, and I actually would like it to be me.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, I would make a motion to appoint Supervisor Bushnell to the Garberville Vets Hall Ad Hoc Committee.
Second.
Got a motion that's been seconded. I don't see any other board hands up. I think we will go to the public comment. Find my participants. Okay, so I don't see any hands up at the moment. And I know I missed someone last time. I believe, well, they came in after we closed it. So we do have one comment on this, and that would be 0151, and I believe that is Dottie. So welcome, Dottie. Just *6 to unmute. There you go.
Great. I think probably this is Dottie Russell again. I think Michelle's stepping right into a really important issue that she knows so much about. Probably everybody agrees anyway. So I just wanted to say, great idea. I'm sure you're going to go for it. We go for it from Southern Humboldt too. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Dottie. I see no other hands up. Ryan, you don't see any hands? Okay. I didn't know if you saw something I didn't. All right. Well, with that, if no other board members have a comment, Ryan, can we have the roll call vote?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So our next departmental item is from the Sheriff's Office, and it's regarding the introduction of an ordinance to the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt, amending Chapter 6 of Division 1, Title 9 of the Humboldt County Code relating.
Skipping my favorite one. Chair, I believe
Jumped over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Item 1.
Item 1, I was all ready to go on to the other one. Okay, sorry.
212 feet.
I had too much coffee. I apologize. All right. So actually, we're going to go back to the county clerk recorder and registrar of voters, who's going to tell us all about the 2021 redistricting process and changes in election code. And I do apologize, Ms. Sanders, that I tried to skip right over you. And it's actually what I've been looking forward to all day to listen to. So
no problem. Thank you so much, Chair Bass and members of the board. At this time, I'm going to share my screen. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to show you. So if you can bear with me while I get that set up. Oops, did not have open the way I wanted it to.
It was on there. There you go.
Well, it looks
There you
like
go.
it wants to continue to have my sidebar, so I'll just go with that to make things a little quicker here. Again, thank you, Supervisor Bass and members of the board. Today I am going to be speaking to you about the many changes to election law surrounding the 2021 redistricting process. So what is redistricting? Every 10 years, the state and federal law requires that district boundaries be adjusted after each federal census to ensure districts are close to equal in population. And that is so that every citizen receives as close to equal representation as possible in government. There's been some new legislation. California Elections Code has significantly changed how redistricting must be conducted in 2021. Two new pieces of legislation are AB 849 and AB 1276. And those pieces of legislation establish new process parameters for redistricting and include changes affecting timeline and meeting requirements, decision-making authority, and process requirements. This is kind of the proposed timeline, and this has evolved a little bit since we prepared your board packet. Initially, the census data was expected to be released to the counties in April of 2011. That was postponed to August 2011, and then most recently, that has again been postponed, and the counties won't expect to receive that data until the end of October of 2021. Because of the significant changes in the law, we will be recommending to your board to retain a redistricting consultant, someone that has expertise in this new format. So in March and April, we would recommend that an RFP go out to retain a consultant. And once that consultant has been retained, work with the consultant to form which type of commission the board chooses. There's 3 different types, and I'll go over that in a minute. The board is also required to have public hearings, and the board needs to hold at least 4 public hearings at which the public is invited to provide input regarding the composition of the supervisorial districts. At least one of the hearings has to be made before the draft map is completed. And then there are 2 hearings to be held after the board has drawn maps. And then the 4th hearing can occur either pre-map or post-map drafting. At least one of the hearings must be on a Saturday or Sunday or in the evening on a weekday. The deadline to adopt the final map is December 15th, 2021. After that, there's still a lot of things that need to be accomplished. Legal descriptions have to be written and approved by the board. County planning department needs to update the GIS system on the website. And the Department of Elections needs to update all of the changes in our election management system so that we ensure we have candidates in the right locations and that we have districts in the right precincts within the right districts as well. So there's several factors that may still impact the proposed timeline. Again, the current deadline to finalize the map is December 15th. Originally, we had hoped that the final map could be finalized in November because the signature in lieu filing period for the June primary election begins on December the 16th. So if the map isn't adopted until December 15th, it's going to push out that signature in lieu period to January 13th because we cannot start that process until 28 days after the map has been finalized. And that's also the time period that we would then be updating our election management system to prepare for that signature in lieu period. There is discussion that the census data could be further delayed, and we have heard that in order to accommodate that, the June primary could be moved out even farther. We've heard July dates, August dates, and September dates, all which create additional problems for the elections department. But if an August date was picked, it would move out the signature in lieu period until February 9th, or excuse me, the map finalization of the map to February 9th. And for a September date, it would move that out to March 17th. So there's several different types of commissions and a variety of ways. Whoops, I skipped a slide. Hold on just a sec.
Actually, excuse me, just a moment, Kelly. Do you want questions from the board now when they come up, or would you like us to wait till after your presentation? I'm sorry, I did not ask this earlier. What works best for you?
I'm good either way.
Okay, how about, if this is all right with everyone, we'll listen to the conversation or the presentation, and then we'll go to the board. And Steve, I do have your hand up first when that happens. So, all right, thank you, Kelly, sorry about the interruption.
Sure, not a problem, thank you. So there are 3 different types of commissions that your board can choose. The redistricting commissions cannot include elected officials or government employees. And the purpose of the commission is to increase community engagement, depoliticize the redistricting process, and ensure that district lines drawn best represent the people of Humboldt County. The board must establish one of the 3 types to guide the county's redistricting efforts. So there's an independent commission, and the independent commission has power separately from the board to review and approve district maps. An advisory commission, it's a function under the authority of the Board of Supervisors to review and recommend board approval of maps. And I talked about some of the prohibitions for all of these commissions. There are more restrictions on the independent commission and the hybrid commission than there are for the advisory commission. And then the hybrid commission, it's a blend of independent and advisory commissions that review recommend board of supervisor approval of 2 or more maps. So your board must accept one of the proposed maps. The hybrid commission reserves the right to reject amendment requests by the Board of Supervisors. And there's a number of different ways that the board can select commissioners. A political appointment. The Board of Supervisors has 2 options for making political appointments to an advisory redistricting commission. Each board member can appoint a commissioner, or the board solicits community member applications and uses a set of criteria to collectively collect commissioners. For an independent appointment, the Board of Supervisors may conduct an open application process and appoint a selection committee to choose commissioners based on predetermined criteria. There's also a random draw commission appointment where the board can conduct an open application process and appoint an independent selection committee to create a subpool of qualified candidates based on predetermined criteria. Selected commissions are then chosen at random from the subpool. And then the board can also use a pool of retired judges or just retired elected officials. Any elected official that has not run for election for 8 years and doesn't fall into any of the other objectionable categories set forth in the elections code. That's another option for choosing. Okay, so the Fair Maps Act of 2019 is crafted to increase community engagement. The Board of Supervisors is required to encourage residents of underrepresented communities and non-English speaking communities to participate in the redistricting process. And some of the steps required include using media outlets, local government agencies, civic engagement groups, and other community groups to provide information to communities throughout the county. The board must also make public meetings accessible by holding in-person meetings in ADA compliant facilities, online viewing options with closed caption hearing, and live translation language services when requested within 72 hours of a public hearing. The county is also responsible for maintaining an accessible website. So a redistricting website must be created and maintained for a total of 10 years. It has to include an explanation of the redistricting process, procedures for public participation, calendar of hearings with timelines and locations, notice and agendas for hearings, recordings or written summaries of the hearings, and draft maps considered and the adopted final map. So the board is facing several challenges regarding redistricting for 2021. The laws surrounding the redistricting process are very complex. It's changed considerably since 10 years ago. And to further complicate that, we have COVID that's going to perhaps restrict some in-person meetings that may need to be conducted. And then the delays in the census data, or any additional delays in the census data, could also help complicate things. There's some things that can be done prior to receiving the data, some of the hearings, setting up your commission, educating the public on the process. But once the data is released, the commission basically has about 6 weeks to complete the entire process to comply with the deadline. And one thing that I wanted to mention also is that if the county does not finish by the required deadline, they lose jurisdiction over the redistricting, and that goes to the courts, who then determine the boundaries, and the courts can charge the county for any costs that are incurred. The various departments that I see involved in the redistricting process. The Board of Supervisors guides the redistricting process. If a consultant is brought in, I see the County Administrative Office assisting the board with project management. County Council provides legal guidance for the process. The Registrar of Voters Office updates the changes to the elections management system, and we would also be willing to help keep the website maintained once it's set up. The Planning and Building Department would make the updated changes to the county GIS system, and the Public Works Surveyor would review the legal descriptions and submit those to the Board of Supervisors for approval. I feel that the board should seriously consider hiring a redistricting commission to assist in this process because of the extensive knowledge and background they have on the laws, and because of the compressed timeline to finish this project. I don't feel that any county department has the expertise needed or the manpower to take the reins on this new redistricting project. And I feel that hiring an impartial consultant will bring more transparency to the entire process and will help the county complete the process within the condensed time frame. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
All right, I thank you very much. And I really have been looking forward to this presentation. People might think that's kind of geeky, but it is complicated. So I appreciate you're doing this. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Ms. Sanders. So the primary next year, I thought it was in March, and you're talking June dates and all this stuff. So is the local primary different than the state primary, or?
The primary should have been in March, but because of the delay in release of the census data, it's been moved to June. And there is discussion that could get moved farther out, closer to the general election.
So that's the primary for everything, local offices, state offices, redistricting, everything. That primary is definitely moved out till June.
Yes,
if
that's
not,
correct.
If not further.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else have a question? I have a question. Oh, okay, Supervisor Bohn.
I'm very familiar with redistricting. 212 feet comes to mind, but it says here in 21.501, it cannot be held. So no matter what we get done, we can't have the election until 174 days after it's all adopted and approved. Is that right?
Yeah, and if the election gets moved out past July 1st, then it has to, the maps have to be adopted 205 days before the election.
And since this is an every 10-year operation, and some of this is brand new for counties and stuff like that, because I think last 10 years ago it was held in-house and
right,
kind of actually changed the night before some of it. So I'm just wondering how many expert consultants are out there lining up to work once every 10 years with a vast knowledge of redistricting that would want to come up to Humboldt County?
I know that of at least two. I think there's a few others. I don't have their names, but there are at least two that I am aware of. I know that there are other counties within the state that are hiring consultants. Let's see, Napa County is hiring a consultant. So Sacramento, the city of Oakland, Butte County, Siskiyou, and I believe Glenn and Lake County were both looking into hiring a consultant. And there may be more. Those are just the ones I'm aware of.
We better get one in a hurry. There can't be that many of them. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And oops, okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Hi. I'm wondering, so when it was done 10 years ago, it can't be, it because of the change in the laws, it can't be done that same way?
That's correct. Previously, it was done in-house at the elections department, and the elections official, along with the district attorney and the assessor, comprised the committee that chose the boundary lines. At that time, there were several public meetings to explain the process, and then there were meetings for communities of interest so that they could share their information to ensure they didn't get split off from a group that they felt they belonged with. So it was actually a much simpler process.
Thank you.
There was one other thing I wanted to bring up. When the city of Eureka redid their district award boundaries a couple of years ago, they completely changed those boundaries. And something like that could occur for this redistricting process as well. We've had fairly minor changes over the years, but when we when we input the changes into our election management system for the city of Eureka, it took 140 hours to complete that process. So it's a really big deal. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Supervisor Wilson, did you have a question? I saw your microphone go off.
Yeah, and then maybe, so, I mean, in essence, this is basically moving this process out of the elections office and into the CAO's office, is what I'm understanding. And so when this was done 10 years ago, even though the process seemed to be simpler and in-house, did you have any external or budget adjustments associated with that effort?
We did not. We never had a budget line item for redistricting. We did work with the planning department to make all the maps and do all the GIS work. And I believe that they did bill the elections department for their costs. Same with the county surveyor. We had the legal descriptions written up. At the time, we had someone in-house that wrote the legal descriptions, but that person is no longer in this office. And then the county surveyor was able to review those and bring them to your board.
Okay. So would you, I mean, I know it's within a separate office, but I mean, does this offer at least for your shop to play a supporting role to that?
Yeah, we'd be happy to play a supporting role. I mean, we have a role already, but I mean, I'd be happy to have someone from my office assist with writing an RFP to get that process started, maybe with our liaison from the CAO's office. Again, I don't have the capability of someone to take the minutes at the meetings or to really publicize meetings, but we'd be happy to help do the postings on the website to keep the website up to date.
I guess, Amy, do you have thoughts on this? I'm sorry to switch over from.
Oh, through the chair, we're happy to support the elections department in whatever way we can. And there was clearly a shift in legislation to place this outside of the elections department into the county administrative offices across the state. We also support Ms. Sanders' recommendation to retain a consultant because we do not have the staffing capacity to do this on our own. When we ask for staff, it's because we've got an increase. For example, last time we asked for staff, it was because there's been a significant and steady increase in Public Records Act requests, as well as we took on the indigent defense assignments for the courts. And so we're maxed. So we will need the assistance of a consultant to help us through this.
Through the chair, but another question, and it has to do with the timing of the census information and sort of its impact. I mean, will it make a difference in terms of how much work this takes, what the actual results of the census are? Like if the census shows some dramatic changes, does that increase the workload? Or if the census shows like almost no change in demographic populations, or from a geographic perspective, does that change the workload, and how would we account for that in terms of like budgeting?
As far as the census data, I know that one of the consultants that had sent us a solicitation letter, and that firm had looked at the mid-census year data. Our county was off by 11%, and we're required to be 10% or under. So from that perspective, if changes are made like they've been made in the past, that would not create a tremendous amount of work. But if something were to occur with public input and communities of interest expressing a different design of how the supervisorial districts should look, that would require much more work.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just would hope that the RFP in the future would have take that into account. But with that, I mean, I'm supportive of the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell, did you still have your hand up? And then Supervisor Bohn.
My question was.
I had a motion from Supervisor Wilson first. I didn't hear a second.
I don't.
You can interpret that as a motion if you want.
I will second it then for discussion.
Okay. I have a question that I'm gonna.
That's fine.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Bohn.
I'm just. Made a motion.
No, I get it. I just wanted to ask a couple. It's like, I think there's some former supervisors actually that have some of these types of consulting companies, and I've seen presentations by at least one. So I have a feeling there are going to be a lot of other counties that are using some of this expertise that has been put together. And I guess my question is, if we do hire a consultant, which it sounds like from many aspects we probably really need to do we still have an opportunity to have some type of community advisory board? I mean, was that part of what you mentioned as in addition to the consultant, those different groups of board advisory? Or, can you clarify that for me? Because I just want to make sure that there's maybe at least some input, not from us, but somehow from community.
Yeah, there were 3 different types of commissions, and one of them was an advisory commission that works more closely with the board. So
But that,
And
okay.
the board could appoint members to that advisory committee. The board might even consider asking their planning commissioners to be the advisory committee, because you each have already appointed someone. It's just for instance of something that could happen.
Okay, so, but they would be working in concert with the consultant.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That was my first question. And then, shoot, actually, I think you answered both of them. So I do appreciate that. I just wanted clarification. I didn't know if those advisor groups were actually ones that would make more of the decision. And I would also say that I remember the last process, and the public participation seemed like really low at many of the meetings. I remember going to several night meetings and there were no people there really, except most, us. So I'm glad. I think we do need help making sure that more people are involved in the actual process. So I do appreciate that. Supervisor Madrone?
Well, I think Supervisor Bushnell was next in the queue if she still was looking to speak.
That's okay. My questions were answered by
Okay.
Supervisor Wilson's question.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I did ask her that, but I appreciate them. It's nice seeing everyone's face and knowing we all know when we have questions. That's wonderful. Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, so I would support, what type of commission? I think with the motion, we actually need to make some decisions or provide some additional direction of detail into the motion. One, what type of a commission are we looking to have? And I would support the number one, the independent commission. And then the second part is how we're making the appointments. I would support the independent appointment procedures in there. So up for discussion, obviously.
All right, thank you. Maybe it's a good time to go to public comment. So let's see if anybody has an interest in this today. And at the moment, I'm not seeing any hands go up. I'll give it a little bit longer. All right, no hands have gone up, so this will return back to the board for the discussion. Okay, yes, Supervisor Bohn, then Wilson.
Well, and I was just wondering,
were you done? Supervisor Madrone, were you done?
Yes.
Okay, so Bohn, then Wilson, please.
Are you sure? Okay. Ms. Sanders, you brought up Eureka and the drastic changes that they made or were made. Did they use a consultant, and or were you telling us that might happen to us?
I don't.
I mean, was that a?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know if the city of Eureka used a consultant. I'm just saying that's an example of what could happen if substantial changes were made to supervisorial districts.
And because I think, I don't know, are they local bylaws or not? I know we can't. I know we can get redistricted out before we're elected. Very well. But we can't get once we're seated. Now, I noticed that when they got redistricted, some of those people got to finish their term, but they couldn't run again for the same seat. Is that a possibility here?
It is.
Huh.
Yep, it's.
I'm for the independent committee then.
Yeah, it's interesting. And Supervisor Wilson.
Just a clarification through the chair with Amy. My interpretation of the staff report was that this, in terms of like the different political or non-political appointment structures, that this was informational and that we would have this discussion more in depth later. I could be wrong. Could you help interpret that?
That was, through the chair, that was my understanding as well, that we would be working on an RFP. We would process the RFP and bring that back to your board. And then we would also have a more in-depth discussion about the 3 commission options at a later date.
Thanks. I have to tell you, it took me a couple times reading through this to like suss that out. It wasn't totally obvious, but I'll stick with the motion the way that it is and hope that we can move forward.
That's the way I read the second, so.
Okay, and thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for asking your question. In the presentations I've seen, it basically kind of preps to be ready in case you are redistricted out. It's there's not a protection anymore. There probably never was an official one, but there definitely isn't now. So is any other conversation on this? All right, then Ryan, would you please do the roll call vote?
Was there public comment on this? I can't remember.
Yeah, nobody wanted to comment.
That's why I probably don't remember it. Thanks.
I'd be worried if you remembered something. Okay, Ryan, we're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
We can come back. I'm sure he's somewhere.
okay. Supervisor Bohn,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
and Supervisor Madrone.
I guess for this one, he'll be absent.
Okay. 4-0.
So, all right, and thank you again, Ms. Sanders, for being here. I do apologize for trying to be out of order, and I'm wrong at least once a day, so probably not the first time or the last time.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, now I think we're going to try to move on to the other item. And that does come to us from the sheriff, and it's an introduction of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt, amending Chapter 6 of Division 1, Title 9 of the Humboldt County Code relating to regulation and permitting of alarm systems in Humboldt County. And we'll turn this over to the sheriff, who is here to make a presentation.
Good morning, Chair Bass. I don't know if County Council wanted to weigh in first before I weighed in, but want to give Jefferson that opportunity.
Thank you, Sheriff. The chair and I discussed this. The ordinance title is printed in full, so under the new statute, this one does not need to be read into the record.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining, Sheriff.
Thank you. So this is a carryover from the fee schedule. And so when the fee schedule was changed, we had to kind of revisit our ordinance that's been in place for, I believe, the last 30 years. So I have a short presentation, and I'd like just to have the opportunity to provide some slides for the board to review as I go through my report, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure you can see that. So here's their introduction to our ordinance. It's Title 9, Division 1 of Chapter 6. It's a modification of the ordinance relating to the regulation and permitting alarm systems for the county. I know a lot of us over the last several years have talked about this ordinance and revising some of the issues that are in it. And this is our opportunity to do so. So moving on to the next slide. As you know, false alarms are the primary reason why we have instituted this ordinance. The Sheriff's Office receives and responds to 1,200 plus false alarms every year. And so this is vital time when sheriff's deputies could be proactive or responding to other calls for service. And we are responding to alarms at that point in time. And I do want to note that there's no actual requirement for us to respond to alarms, but we do that as a part of our public service. If we do have deputies available and they're not on higher priority calls, we will respond to the alarms throughout the county. And as we know, we have a very large county, and at any given time we have 8 to 12 deputies that are on duty for our entire county. And so it kind of, the alarms steer us in a lot of different directions. So responding to the false alarms is an ineffective use of tax dollars. So we know that, and so there needs to be a change in the ordinance. And so also to incentivize that home and business owners take measures to reduce these false alarms. So the proposed language change in this. The ordinance, as you're aware, had the fees tied to it. And so it wasn't, this wasn't the standard as far as across the board, when we wanted to change the fees as part of a fee schedule. This was tied to the ordinance. So we wanted to bring these fees out of the ordinance and into our fee schedule so they can be reviewed every year to, potentially reduce those fees with the approval of the board. So as you see here, we're going to remove the language that basically removes the dollar amount in the ordinance and replace it with as set forth in the Humboldt County Schedule of Fees and Charges. The exception is part of the business regulation section where there's a penalty. It's an infraction that every alarm business has to notify the home or business that they're installing the alarm that they are required to register that alarm with the sheriff's office. And so that is a specific penalty that's tied to an infraction that still needs to be in this ordinance. So you're going to still see that in there. So the as you have already voted on, the increase in restructure of false alarm fees, decrease in restructure of late payment penalty, and all their fees remain unchanged. The fee changes were approved by the Board of Supervisors at the meeting on February 23rd, 2021, but will not be implemented until the proposed ordinance is adopted and goes into effect. And here's our timeline, and those the fees that were approved by the board. And you can see there that the changes from the original ordinance to our proposed fee schedule. So our recommendations, again, are to introduce the ordinance and set the ordinance for adoption on March 23rd here. Direct the clerk of the board and the supervisor to publish a pre-adoption summary, and direct the clerk of the board within the 15 days or after adoption ordinance to publish a post-adoption summary. Are there any questions?
Would you mind to stop sharing your screen so we can see everybody?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
So again, it just seems to be going up an awful lot, Billy, and I still wonder, because we have three legitimate alarm companies in town, I think. And I think we keep a pretty good open lines of communication with them, or it seems like we do. And I know three alarms a day, false alarms a day is a lot, but we're not having to bring people in, and I know we can pull them off. This is not going to stop everybody that buys one of those alarm systems at their local hardware store that has a siren on it, and then the neighbors have to call the sheriff. Is that considered a false alarm if they haven't paid the $200 fee? And I just think we're going to bypass legitimate business. So there's no fee to set this up, and now the neighbor's hearing the wah, 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 and then they call you. Is that considered a false alarm, or is that just a nuisance? And I know with my alarm systems, they make 2 calls. They have 2 phone numbers to call before they call you.
Yeah.
And you guys are great. I've met you guys more than once, and we've been very fortunate. So, because we've chased them off because of the siren. So I'm just wondering how that works with the home bought alarm systems compared to the systems that are a monthly charge. And because once you get these fees up so high, people are going to bypass those, and I think we'll have bigger problems. It feels like, I don't know, you do this.
So first things are, we're looking at the industry standard here in Humboldt County, and what the fees changes really here have gotten us in line with the other jurisdictions, Arcata, Eureka, Fortuna. And we charge annual permits $25 every 2 years. Those other jurisdictions charge $20 a year to do a permit. And then take City of Eureka, they give you 1 free false alarm, and then that second one is charged, okay? And that's per year. So we are saying, again, you get 2 free, and on the third one, that's when you start getting charges, and it goes up by $50 and for every alarm. Now that is, again, discretionary. When our deputy responds, if it's a bona fide reason, or if not just a false alarm that's probably preventable, then we say billable or non-billable. That's how we do here, in Humboldt. So That's how we track it and that kind of stuff. So the second part of your question is for the people that install their own alarms. If the alarm is sounding and a neighbor calls, that's a response. And so we will log those and be able to follow up with those. And again, after that third response, they're going to receive a bill for that as well. So.
Okay. Thanks, Sheriff.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the sheriff? Supervisor Wilson?
Does proximity, I mean, I don't see that proximity doesn't really play into this, like everyone, whether it's bill or no bill, does proximity play into that? So if it's closer by, the deputy may be less likely to put in the bill versus the non-bill, or if they're going, an hour away and then they're doing that 4 times a year, right? The situation might be different. So this doesn't have that, right? So in essence, the ones that are farther away really do cost more money to respond to. It's just the nature of that situation. So I guess how does that play into that? And would we might consider future iterations that include some kind of distance factor or something like that, or at least from where the deputy starts, not necessarily from any particular location?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's, again, all up for deputy discretion. I'm sure a deputy in McKinleyville or Myrtletown hears an alarm, goes and checks it, it's on their way to something else, maybe it's their discretion whether or not they want to say billable or non-billable. We give them some direction through training program, through supervision, that, we want to get compliance, with making sure that false alarms, are reduced. If someone has a cat in their house and their alarm is so sensitive that it sets off the alarm, and we're going there every week, then they deserve a bill so they can prevent that from happening in the future. But again, it's built in to try and reduce the amount of false alarms. They do get noticed. They do receive that information, and then sometimes it does take getting a bill in the mail in order for them to actually make a change with that, with whatever caused their alarm to go off.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Any other questions, Supervisor Bushnell?
Morning, Sheriff Hansel.
Morning.
I'm wondering, is there a process that whoever receives the bill could contest it?
Yes, there is a process. I believe it's in the ordinance, but they definitely can contest any of those bills that come in, and they've done it in the past as well. And so we've done it. We've listened to them and waived fees from time to time.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question for the sheriff before we go to public comment? All right. Well, at the moment, I do not see any hands up for public comment. So we'll return to the board. Okay, still no hands. All right. So while we have the discussion, is someone here to make a motion of some sort?
I will move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Quiet group this morning. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other hands up. Ryan, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bohn?
No.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
When I hit there you are.
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to our public hearings. The first one comes to us from Planning and Building regarding LaCasey lot line adjustment and zone boundary adjustment. And County Council Billingsley, will you introduce the ordinance?
Thank you, Chair. Before your board is introduction of an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the Arcata area.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will open the public hearing and I'll turn this over to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good morning. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. As mentioned, this is a lot line adjustment with a corresponding zone boundary adjustment. And Trevor Eslow, one of our senior planners, is going to present the details to you.
Welcome, Trevor.
Morning. Thank you, everybody. Good morning, supervisors. The project before you today consists of two parts, a lot line adjustment and a zone boundary adjustment. The lot line adjustment will adjust the boundary between two parcels to result in two parcels, approximately 5.8 acres and 34 acres located in the Aldergrove area above Arcata. The zone boundary adjustment will move the boundary between the agricultural general zone and to the north and the timberland production zone to coincide with the adjusted property line. The new property line also coincides with the underlying general plan designation boundary between residential estates and timber. Therefore, both resultant parcels will be zoned such that they are consistent with their respective general plan designations. The project has gone before both the Forestry Review Committee and the Planning Commission, and both have recommended approval. At their meeting on May 7th, 2020, the Planning Commission found that the zone boundary adjustment is in the public interest and is consistent with a comprehensive view of the general plan, and that the project is exempt from environmental review, and that the findings necessary for approval of the project can be made as indicated in the Planning Commission staff report. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the project. And with that, I'll end my report and answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Trevor. Are there any questions for Trevor or Director Ford? Supervisor Wilson?
I don't have any questions, but I would move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a second by Supervisor Madrone. We will go out to public comment. Currently, there are no hands up. And all right, we'll go back to the board. And if there's no further conversation, I'd ask Ryan to do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes 5-0.
And we will close the public hearing. And now we'll go on to our second public hearing, which comes to us again from Planning and Building. And it's a request to cancel a Williamson Act contract and waive early cancellation penalties. And with that, I'd like to open the public hearing and turn this over to the staff for report. Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good morning again. This is a request to cancel a Williamson Act contract without cancellation fees. This Williamson Act contract was entered into in 2008. The subject property has subsequently been acquired by Save the Redwoods League for purposes of conveying the property to the Bureau of Land Management. The reason for this conveyance and acquiring the property is because of its proximity to the Headwaters Forest, and the South Fork of the Eel River flows through it, and that is a location where there is ongoing habitat restoration. The property contains a small 1,000 square foot house, which once dedicated to BLM would no longer be used as a housing unit and would be lost from the county tax rolls. Save the Redwoods and BLM have worked collaboratively with the county to find a way to preserve the house after the property is conveyed to BLM. Currently, the Williamson Act is a constraint to allowing this to occur, as is the zoning. So the proposal is to cancel the Williamson Act contract, and then the property and most of the property can be conveyed to BLM, and a separate small parcel can be retained to serve as the property for the house, and then the house could remain a separate residential dwelling unit, and also on the county tax rolls. This can be done under a specific exemption within the Subdivision Map Act. If the board chooses to adopt the resolution to allow the cancellation of the Williamson Act contract without cancellation fees, the cancellation and fee waiver will still need to be approved by the California Secretary of Natural Resources before the Williamson Act contract can actually be canceled. Now, while it does seem that this proposal runs contrary to the intent of the Williamson Act, the county policy of preserving prime farmland, but it must be pointed out in this particular case that this action is to preserve the house and to retain it within its tax base. Ultimately, when the property is conveyed to BLM, BLM would then be able to cancel the contract anyway, and as a federal agency would not pay taxes, property taxes on the property. BLM will not use the property for agricultural purposes, but will rather retain the property for its habitat value. This should not be seen as a precedent-setting action relative to the Williamson Act, but is related to a very specific circumstance. I would be happy to answer any questions, and just would like to thank Save the Redwoods and BLM for their collaborative actions to work with me in particular on this. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Ford. Are there any questions at this point in time? Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell?
I have to thank Director Ford, and actually this goes all the way back to, I think, to Director Hamblin, and especially Molly Brown from Bureau of Land Management on this. They were very reluctant to spin the house off. And when the Westfalls bought the property, and even though I'm really upset about losing 60 acres of prime grazing land, it hasn't been used for that in the last 4 years anyway. But they were very reluctant. They were going to actually auction the house off and let it be torn down, but they did not want the house. And I was really I was really happy. It's a beautiful house. Andy and Sandy Westfall restored it about 9 years ago, and it's a beautiful structure that should not be torn down. It's a tribute to Paul Masucci, whose farm that was for so many years, and a tribute to him. So I was really glad that all the agencies, and there were a lot more roadblocks and a lot more meetings on this than there were positives, but it's ended up to be a positive, and it's a beautiful site. So Director Ford, thank you for that. And again, I don't like the idea of losing the money, and I don't know, did we ever figure out how much it was on the penalty, John? I mean, I know it's an old Williamson Act, and it was basically a illegal Williamson Act from what I understand, but how much money were we talking about?
I did not pursue that with diligence. I apologize for that.
And I imagine we'll make that up in the first 2 years of property taxes after this property is sold. So I'd make a recommendation, but if anybody else wants to speak, go ahead.
Supervisor Bushnell, and we'll go there.
Thank you through the chair. Director Ford, my question also, which you stated you don't know, is the penalty amount. The second question I have is, Save the Redwood League is selling, BLM is purchasing this property. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct.
So my question also is, if BLM was to, if we didn't do this and BLM was to cancel the Williamson Act, would they be responsible of the cancellation penalties?
I don't believe a federal agency would be subject to cancellation penalties. They would need to notify us. There is a notification process there. But I don't believe that an agency taking property for open space purposes would be subject to cancellation penalties.
So what is the purpose of to waive the early cancellation fee? So Save the Redwoods Act could sell it without that?
It is simply this, to create a parcel for the house, to retain the house on the tax roll. And if that's not something the board wants to do, then this can be denied, and the conveyance to BLM will happen. The house will be lost.
What is the taxation on the house? Do we know?
I could not get that. I don't have that yet. I know that the taxes have been paid by Save the Redwoods League. I do not know the amount of the taxes.
So if it's one piece of property right now, the taxes being paid currently by Save the Redwood League are in entirety, correct? Not just the house portion?
Correct. It's in the entirety. And when the original contract was done, the estimated tax on the property, the Williamson Act contract reduced the estimated taxes from $8,500 a year to $2,500 a year.
So if we don't cancel the Williamson Act and waive the early cancellation penalties, the house cannot be saved?
The house would then be part of the overall conveyance to BLM. BLM does not manage residential properties. And so either the house would be used for some purpose other than a house that's part of a future BLM plan, which I don't believe has been identified yet, or the house would be torn down.
Is the house currently, does it have someone in it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Is it the intent that the house would sell after this transaction occurs, so that basically the taxes would be reassessed at that time? Okay.
Yes.
That's helpful. And I think when you're saying the 8,500 down to 2,500, that's because the entire parcel was being taxed, right? It wasn't just the house and its value. So we're excluding that out now, basically, from this. So basically, whatever new tax assessment happens for this house happens based on its current value, just as the little piece that's the house, not the rest of that.
That is correct.
So, I mean, I don't know, you know, it's like if you average house in Humboldt County these days, 300,000, but maybe this is less or a little more by some amount. I mean, you know, 50,000 more or less. So, I mean, so we're talking still only $2,500 a year in taxes, more or less, coming from this property. Okay, so it's not going to be a fundamental change in the tax.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Other than if you don't do it, you don't get the $2,500 moving forward. I can see
Get nothing.
Right. Yeah, I understand. I just want to like quantify what it is. It's not. And I have to ask this question because we just don't have a lot of the supporting documentation in this. Doesn't really. I have to say, I don't think there's even a map in here. So can you describe what, you know, a little bit better?
Attachment 2, page 4.
Yeah, if I could.
I'm looking. Oh, attachment 2. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get back to. Oh, it's a letter of support was what I have for a.
There is a map there. If I could show it screen.
Page 4.
Yeah, please do.
Let's let Director Ford help get
Yeah.
in there. Thanks. And then we're going to go to Supervisor Bushnell.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I see you now. Okay. Sorry, I didn't scroll down far enough on that letter.
So these two parcels in this location here with the South Fork of the Eel River going through between them is the subject property. It's 77 acres in area. This is the house that we're talking about. So the basic idea is to carve off 2 acres right around here.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that proximity. I'm sorry, when I was going through this, I just stopped at the letter. I didn't keep going. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I support this moving forward.
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell, then Bohn.
Mute.
You're muted.
So when this piece, how many acres is this in entirety?
77 acres.
So it's retained in the Williamson Act since 2008?
2008. It was actually brought into the Williamson Act as a 77-acre parcel. It was identified at the time that it was substandard for Williamson Act purposes.
And that's my problem with it. It shouldn't have been in the Williamson Act to begin with. And it doesn't qualify by any of the standards of the Williamson Act, and the taxation should have been different since 2008. Thank you for answering that, Director Ford.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, and just so you know, when you guys look at the elevated part there in yellow on your 404, that is elevated probably 10 to 12 feet over the pasture land. So there's quite a slope in back of the house, in back of the all along there. There's an elevation, then it drops down. So what I think they've dug out here is the elevated part of the parcel, if I'm not mistaken, right, Director Ford?
Correct.
And that's what we planned on, because it's going to be the access to that. And you'll notice just down the road from that off of, there is an access road that right off the house that drops you down, because they're talking about using this for excess parking, extending the trail. The full use of it is pretty amazing. But I want to thank Director Ford for all the work. It was not easy saving the house, trust me, at all. Thanks, Molly Brown.
All right.
I make a motion that we do staff recommendation.
For a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn and Madrone. And we will go to public comment at this time. And there's one hand raised at the moment. Last four ending 3208. Please press *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello there. My name is Adriana Andrucci, and I'm the Conservation Programs Associate with Save the Redwoods League and have been leading the Westfall Property Project. Thank you to members of the board, and a big thank you to county staff for all the coordination and support they've provided on this project and getting us to this point. The protection of the Westfall property is an important puzzle piece to enhance public access to the Headwaters Forest Reserve and its impressive old growth redwoods that so many enjoy visiting, as well as protection of riparian habitat along the Elk River. So Save the Redwoods League and Bureau of Land Management have been working cooperatively to ensure the larger property becomes part of the reserve, while also balancing the county's desire to keep the house that's on the property intact, which all the parties agree it would be a total shame to see that housing stock lost. So with the county planning staff's help, we found a way to keep the house and plan to sell it on the open market to be added to the tax rolls, or to continue to be added to the tax rolls. The resulting parcel will not contain any viable agricultural land, and the larger property will be added to Headwaters for public enjoyment. So thank you for consideration of our Williamson Act contract request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if folks have them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Adrian. And while we are in public comment, since you are the applicant involved in this, I will allow questions from the board to make a flight. Supervisor Bushnell, then Wilson. You might want to unmute.
I hit the button. Through the chair, please. Director Ford, can the Williamson Act be canceled and the fees be paid and that still be accomplished?
Yes.
Because they're selling the property and then they're going to sell the house, correct?
Yes.
Thank you for that.
And Supervisor Wilson?
So I guess what Supervisor Bushnell is asking is, there's some transactions occurring here, and so not paying the fee or paying the fee, you know, if this board determined that the fee would be paid, would that stop this transaction from occurring?
I think that's probably a question best answered by Adriana with Save the Redwoods.
Right, Adriana, if you push *6, you can answer that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, it is a very good question and something that we would have to consider, but you know, I think it would definitely be beneficial to us and the rest of the situation if that penalty fee were to be waived, as we have acted in good faith and have, you know, taken our time on this transaction when it could have happened a few years ago to ensure that this house is saved and that it can continue to be taxed and on the tax rolls for Humboldt County. So we would appreciate waiver of the penalty fees as well. We are a nonprofit, and we have a membership donor base, and et cetera. So we appreciate the consideration of waiver of the penalty fee as well as cancellation.
Thank you, Adriana. And Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I was remiss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
So my next question is when selling this property and sort of taking into account its proximity to all these really wonderful conservation and public access amenities, will the league and or BLM be putting any kind of deed restrictions associated with use, such as I don't know, some places you can't have domestic pets or other things like that. I'm just kind of wondering, is there any sort of like conservation minded restrictions that may be put on this property before that kind of transfer occurs, or has there been consideration of that?
Adriana, I think that's for you.
Yeah, thank you. That is also a very good question. We do not have any plans to place any sort of deed restriction on either the larger property or the house parcel property that will be created. There will be a couple of access easements associated with the transaction. So BLM can access the Elk River through the property, and some infrastructure associated with the house parcel's water system. There'll be an easement created for that as well. But other than those little pieces, there's no deed restrictions contemplated.
Okay, thanks for those answers.
Great. Supervisor Bohn, then Bushnell.
well, and again, you're exactly right, and Adriana, I guess I'll apologize now. This deal would have closed 2.5, 3 years ago, but we hadn't been so adamant about the house losing that. It's a historic structure and a certain amount of, but it's a beautiful structure, albeit small. And I venture it will probably bring, my guess it'll bring close to $450,000, $475,000, no matter what the average house price is, because it's a beautiful piece of property. And what it's going to allow these guys, I think the big thing is they're going to allow the expansion of the parking. And from the house to the Headwaters parking lot now, next down to one lane on a couple turns. And I think this will be a added safety addition also. So I again, Save the Redwoods League and BLM, I can't say thank you enough, because for some reason the house, I just wanted the house saved, and you guys were able to do that in conjunction with, it's nice when you get 3 agencies to work together, and we'll be able to pick up $4,500 a year in taxes, which again, isn't a lot in the big picture, but long-term it is. And it's housing.
I am Supervisor Bushnell, and then I guess Supervisor Wilson again.
Thank you. I understand what's going on. However, my problem with it is that we don't have a number for the cancellation fee for the Williamson Act. We also, I'm curious, I guess through, is it Adriana, what the property was purchased for and what it's being sold for. Also, it sounds like the house is going to be sold because it's going to be creating a new piece there. So then that's going to be also sold. So I understand that you're a nonprofit, and I think the project is wonderful and it's great. I'm just curious on, if someone else is kicked out of the Williamson Act, they have to pay the fee. And there isn't, for a rancher or a person that wants to pull their property out to subdivide or do any other thing, they have to pay that fee. It's not up for discussion. And so those are my problems, just the process of it. And because we don't know we don't know what the cancellation fee would have been. We don't know, I understand you're a nonprofit, but those are just my questions and thoughts that I have. And I do think the project is wonderful. And I guess my last question would be, so the house is rented, but it is not rented by the landowner. So that person is going to be removed?
Maybe not.
It's going to be sold, correct? Okay. So I just am trying to clarify for myself. It just seems odd that when the properties are being sold and the house is being sold, that we're doing it this way. So thank you. And thank you also. I wasn't around when this came up before, and I understand that it sounds like it was a big process. And it sounds like there's been a lot of work. My concerns again are just with the process.
And Supervisor Wilson?
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Bushnell, but I think there's a bit of concern about what someone would call gift of public funds in terms of this, the waiving of this fee in and typically we would make some kind of finding that this is in the public benefit to do that. And I do think it is. It would be great to be able to at least estimate and quantify what that gift of public funds, or it wouldn't be gift of public funds if we're doing it in terms of the value to the public. And I think we should at least state that. I mean, I could easily make those findings here today with relationship to that that's the case. It would be helpful if there was at least to an order of magnitude estimate of what that is, so that we would all be a lot more comfortable moving forward.
Director Ford?
So I would need a continuance, and I can get that number for you. But perhaps my simple-minded thought here is that this was not a gift of public funds. This was either a choice between the whole property going to BLM and there not being a cancellation fee and there not being anything that happens, or the board is able to take this action, which is really just a technical, almost bureaucratic step to allow the separate parcel to be created with the remainder conveyed to BLM. So, I mean, the choice isn't whether or not we get a cancellation fee or not. The choice is, does the house stay as a separate parcel on the tax base as a separate dwelling unit, or does it just all go to BLM and it's done with? In my mind, those are the choices.
Through the chair, I'm comfortable moving forward. This discussion is gone far enough for me, at least, and I've expressed what in the future I would probably want to see in terms of information, but it almost doesn't matter what that number is kind of what I'm saying at this point, that I do believe it couldn't. I have a hard time imagining that number is big enough that I would feel uncomfortable with the public benefit that we're deriving from this transaction. Thanks.
Okay, I'll look back out for public comment since that kind of is not public, and there are no hands raised. So we'll come back to the board, and it's all right with everybody. I think we can move ahead with the motion. I don't think we're going to get all the. Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
Are we asking, I mean, I don't know, are we asking now for any property that comes out of any private holdings into public, i.e. transfer of lands up on the Klamath, everywhere else, that we find out what the total financial loss is to the county before we do it, or just under Williamson Act? For me, it'd be all of them, but I know we do quite a few, not quite a few, but we've done some pretty large acreage things, and usually they're for public benefit, we hear, or we're led to believe that it's historical or things like that. Are we asking for financial impact on all these in the future, no matter if it's Williamson Act, tax rolls, stumpage, or whatever? I'm not sure where we're headed.
If I clarify, if I may, this is a fee that we're asking to be waived. This isn't like tax roll stuff. This is a very specific fee. So I think this. I don't think that this is. I don't equate those two necessarily in this conversation, but that's just my.
Well, this, and I understand through the chair, I understand this, but this was pretty well vetted for the same reason, for a very large amount on the Wildlands Reserve down off of Centerville here about 10 years ago, 11 years ago. And that was a fairly large amount of money, and that was pretty well vetted. So there needs to be a policy or not a policy when it's taken to a nonprofit because it was just taken to a private nonprofit, so.
All right, well, in Supervisor Bohn, I think that's a wonderful conversation for future. I think we have an item in front of us. It sounds like most everybody is ready to vote. I did see Supervisor Bushnell for a hand up, and then after I'm going to ask Brian to do the roll call vote.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that, and I understand what Supervisor Bohn said. being new on the board, I'm going to ask the questions, and I don't have the institutional knowledge that you all have from prior. So I'm not going to apologize, but you're going to have to indulge me some. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're supposed to be about different opinions and conversations. And Supervisor Madrone, I did not see your hand up. I do want to ask you if you had anything to add or if you're ready to go to the vote as well.
Well, I fully support what Supervisor Bohn said earlier about the incredible work that's been done here to create a very positive result for the community. And I believe that Supervisor Bushnell is also saying the same. We can certainly understand her concerns about, the appearance of this and all, but definitely the public benefit here is so huge. I think we can all see the benefit there. So yes, I'm ready to vote.
All right, thank you. So with that, Ryan, may we have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes 5-0.
All right, so I know I don't know how long this next item is going to take. I would still like to take a 10-minute break because personally I need a bio break. And so that's what I'd like to do. And unless anyone's totally adamant, and we will still get a lunch break.
Isn't all the items left set for 1:30 time certain?
After this one, yes. So my idea is I'd like a brief break, and then after this, we will then have our lunch break. After the Costa item.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so that's what I'd like to do. Is that all right? Okay, well, I've decided that's what we're gonna do. But my question is, or my comment is, for anyone who is listening right now or watching on TV or computer, or I don't know, all the different ways, if you are planning to speak on the Costa appeal, call in now, call the number on your screen, get in the queue. You can always press, get your hand lowered if you really don't want to talk, but it just moves a lot more quickly that way. So I'd really appreciate it. If you know you're talking during that, please do call in while we're on the break, and then you'll be the first in line to talk when we get to the comment portion. So with that, we will be back at, oh heck. What do you guys think? Should we make it up to 11 o'clock? Is that okay? All right, we'll come back at 11 o'clock. So we would normally start immediately, but I do understand Supervisor Madrone is having some issues with his internet. So if it's all right with Director Ford and the group and Ms. Costa, I'd like to give him the opportunity. So this, and if it doesn't happen in a couple minutes, then we'll start up, and hopefully he can be on.
I think he's going to be coming in as a guest, Ryan, so take a look for him. Some nice jackhammering going on out there.
All right, so Ryan, did you see him yet anywhere?
Do you know if he's calling in, or is he just?
Supervisor Wilson?
Zoom. I think he's trying to get in there on the Zoom.
Sure. I don't see any new attendees in the queue.
Okay.
I can send someone down there. We can go down there and check.
Okay, that'd be good if you could send someone down, but we will begin, and I'm sure he will hopefully get on with some extra help. So at this time, we'll move into our next item, which is a public hearing coming to us from the Planning and Building Department. And it's an appeal of the Planning Commission action to deny the Rocky Costa conditional use permit for cannabis cultivation. And at this point, I would like to open the public hearing and turn this over to Director Ford. You might want to unmute.
Thank you. Or we'll try this again. Good morning, Chair Bass.
Good morning.
I apologize, I was muted. So as you mentioned, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to deny a conditional use permit to allow 10,000 square feet of new cannabis cultivation on property zoned AG Agricultural General within the Blue Lake Community Plan area. This is an application originally filed under the Commercial Medical Marijuana Land Use Ordinance or Ordinance 1.0. The recommendation today is a little unusual. We're recommending approval to approve the appeal to allow the cultivation to be relocated to another site. Under the provisions of the Commercial Cannabis Land Use Ordinance or 2.0, special consideration is given to applications within community plan areas, and this includes applications that were filed under 1.0. The special considerations primarily involve a higher level of discretion, and that includes applications that under 1.0 were originally allowed under a zoning clearance certificate. In this case, it's a conditional use permit. The higher level of discretion was related to the concern expressed by the public that 1.0 gave no opportunity for public input relative to zoning clearance certificates in community plan areas. So some of the relevant history on this site, and it's important to understand this because there is some misunderstanding out there, that this site was initially taken forward to the Planning Commission with a recommendation for denial because at the time the applicant did not want to prepare a road analysis. The applicant appeared at the Planning Commission, indicated that they would prepare the road analysis. The Planning Commission gave them that opportunity, continued the item. There was no public present at that meeting. The Planning Commission thought that, well, it's in a community plan area, there is no concern. And so if the applicant will prepare the road analysis, we will give them that opportunity and consider it. So the applicant completed the road analysis. It had some recommendations in it about turnouts and things to allow the road to operate at an adequate functional capacity. Staff took the item back to the Planning Commission with a recommendation for approval. At that meeting, the Planning Commission was met with significant public opposition from the community. Ultimately, the Planning Commission decided to deny the application based upon the community concerns. This was then appealed to the Board of Supervisors. And the Board of Supervisors, as has been their custom, continued the item to allow the applicant, the community, and staff to meet and determine if there were actions that could be taken to resolve the disagreements or the tension regarding the cannabis cultivation at the site. The meeting was conducted at a residence on Warren Creek Road. The applicant at that meeting indicated that they would be willing to relocate their cultivation area if they were able to obtain the community support for their petition back to the Board of Supervisors. That's where the meeting ended, with the agreement that the applicant would modify their appeal to request that the application be approved to allow the cultivation to be relocated under the provisions of the RRR program. One of the options of the community or the Commercial Cannabis Land Use Ordinance allows addressing conflicts within community plan areas through the use of the RRR process. This is something that has been done once before relative to the Maple Creek application. One of the requirements of the RRR process is to enter into a covenant restricting the property in which the cultivation is being moved from, to have a covenant on it indicating that there will be no further cannabis cultivation on that parcel, at least commercial cannabis cultivation. It does not restrict personal use. So the application before the board today is very simply a negotiated agreement between the applicant and the community and staff to allow the appeal to be approved and allow the cultivation area to be relocated to another alternative site. That site's not being specified here. One of the things the applicant will be required to do is apply for a receiving site and to receive approval of that. They will get the benefit of the RRR, which would take this 10,000 square feet of requested area and allow it to be 20,000 square feet at another location. And provided that, well, that location will need to be outside of a community plan area. So the action before the board is simply to approve this particular application to allow it to be relocated. This will in no way allow cultivation on the site on Warren Creek Road. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, does anyone have a question for Supervisor? Sorry, demoted you. Director Ford? Okay, there's not, and I do see the applicant is on with us as well. I believe Mrs. Costa. So I did want to give her an opportunity, you know.
I have a statement.
Yes, please.
Thank you for hearing us today. As requested, my husband, son, and I met with a small group of Warren Creek concerned neighbors, 2 consultants, Director Ford and Elizabeth Moreno, our planner, on September 9th, 2020. We were not permitted to record the meeting. After the discussion facilitated by John Ford, we agreed that number 1, the planning department would prepare a very specific covenant to prohibit commercial cannabis cultivation on the Warren Creek parcel, written to accommodate our ag land. Number 2, that we would receive a written apology letter from the neighbors admitting their negligent misrepresentation against our family and our character. And number 3, that we would pursue a RRR relocation to Honeydew or elsewhere. We agreed to these terms under duress, with no other option to clear our name or have a farm. John Ford said, and I am quoting him, "Is there anything you need from this deal, Mrs. Costa?" I was very clear what my need was, and it was not negotiable. A written apology clearing our family name. After the terms were agreed on, 1, the planner tried to force us for 2 months into a stock covenant that would not have permitted any cultivation of any kind on this ag land. We were threatened on multiple occasions with denial if we did not sign the stock covenant. It was only by going to Director Ford directly that we were provided with a tailored covenant for the ag land, which we had signed by the old owner upholding our part of the deal. Number 2, the community failed to take responsibility for their negligent misrepresentation of myself, my family, and did not provide the planning department with a written apology. Number 3, the community further publicly slandered us by confirming their previous claims against us and applauding themselves and the planning department for their win by publishing an op-ed letter in the local paper. Number 4, not only did the county planner accept the neighbor's assault as fulfillment of the terms, she then recorded the covenant in remiss of the terms. My husband and I did not agree to move our permit, put a lifetime scar on our brother's land, and take an unwarranted bad reputation with us. We agreed to move our permit to have a farm, to work with our son, and to get our name cleared. I was very specific about that. If the community had said no to an apology at the meeting, we would have never agreed to put a covenant on our brother's land. Quid pro quo. Attempting the permit process again with an unwarranted reputation is not an option. The argument that the RRR is the incentive does not apply when you, number 1, to move a family 2 hours away from their personal home. Number 2, move a farm off of ag land which supported dry farming. Number 3, increase the environmental footprint. Number 4, set precedents against small farmers. And number 5, sacrifice a person's name. We believe this covenant was extracted and recorded maliciously with intent to do harm to the applicant. This small group of Warren Creek community has taken advantage of the community input process and the negotiated meeting. They do not even represent the entire community, only a small fraction of it, where in Rolling Meadows' case, there was a 99% opposition. Much has been said about Costa Trucking, which is not owned by the Costas. Costa Trucking is owned by Ron Borges for over 30 years, who is coincidentally the neighbor who hosted the meeting on September 9th, 2020 with the planning department. Other members of the community have approached us saying that they support us but fear retaliation from this aggressive community group if they speak out. We proceeded in good faith, as at the time of the meeting at Mr. Borges' house, the neighbors seemed very apologetic, even remorseful at their treatment of us and their shameful behavior at our personal expense. They agreed to take responsibility for their negligent misrepresentation in exchange for our move. They instead have done further damage. Taking responsibility is a brave thing to do. It means that you were wrong, either by accident or maliciously, but wrong. When accidental or malicious actions hurt another person, especially in a government forum with serious consequences, action is required. Just as Rolling Meadows was approved under 1.0 last week, so should the Costa family be. I asked the Board of Supervisors to approve our original permit request for our property at Warren Creek Road. It is a 10,000 square foot dry farm by the conditions of Ordinance 1.0, which is supported by our original good faith application date of December 16th, 2016. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Costa. And at some point in time, there may be questions for you, but at this time, I'm seeing none, so I will go to the public to see who has, who cares to comment. And currently we have 2 or 3. I'd say if you're interested in commenting on this item, please do call in now. And remember to turn the volume off on your TV or device you're watching on, because it interferes with what you hear on the phone and vice versa. So our first 2 speakers, the first one is ending in the last 4, 0265, followed by 0016. So if you are 0265, press *6 to unmute. I mean, yeah, 0265. Are you ready?
Okay. Yes.
Well, okay, and you have 3 minutes, and there will be a 30-second warning before the 3 minutes is up. So just try to listen to that. So
okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Please go ahead.
My name's Michael Fields. I'm one of the Warren Creek Road residents who met with the Costas, Planning Director Ford and staff Elizabeth Moreno. The meeting happened at the request of the Board of Supervisors to see if the neighbors and the Costas could reach an agreement, and we did. The process worked, and what is before you today is the solution that was arrived at. And from my recollection of that meeting, it's slightly different than Ms. Costa's, in the sense that a formal apology was never a condition of this agreement. But it is our hope that the board approves this permit as it has been revised. This is what we all agreed to at the meeting, and I'd like to thank the Costas for entering into this conversation, and everybody on Warren Creek Road for seeking a solution. So in this moment, the process that was proposed, from my perspective, actually worked and worked well. And thank you all for helping make this possible. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, so the next person is 0016, followed by 6670. And if you're interested in commenting on this, please make sure you've called in. I'm sorry, there's jackhammering going on outside here too, so it's not, I apologize. So 0016.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep, welcome.
Hi, this is Mike Zapeno, and I'm representing the Warren Creek community. I also was at the meeting that Michael just referred to, and Director Ford did. So you're going to find that we're not going to have a lot of people call in today, because we did form a community and we did meet with the Costas, but I would like to enter this into the record. At the August 25th meeting, the Board of Supervisors, excuse me, at the August 25th meeting of the Board of Supervisors, the agenda item for hearing Mr. Costa's appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of his conditional use permit was heard by the board. After all the public testimony, Supervisor Wilson made a motion which was approved by all the board members. The motion asked that the Costa family and the Warren Creek neighbors meet to see if they could resolve their conflicts. Director Ford agreed to facilitate this meeting. Both parties agreed to meet. On September 9th, we met at Ron Borges' house on Warren Creek Road. There were 6 local residents representing the Warren Creek community, the Costa family, and 2 of their consultants. The county was represented by Director Ford and Elizabeth Moreno from the planning staff. The meeting was very cordial as we explored options that could work for both sides. After much discussions, the Costas elected to transfer the permit application to an alternative site in Honeydew. We agreed to support their decision. A requirement for us was the creation of the covenant agreement. We were informed by the planning staff that this agreement was signed on March the 1st. As a community, we really appreciate the efforts of the Costa family with us to come up with a solution that would be a win-win for both parties. We also appreciate Director Ford's facilitation of our meeting and the insightful information presented by Elizabeth Moreno. We hope the board will see fit to approve the permit for the Costas honeydew operation. Respectfully, Mike Sapeno, Kathleen Lee, John Murray, Myrna Weberg, Ron Borges, and Michael Fields. I'd also, if I may, because I've got a little time left, is one of the members who was going to call in couldn't do it, but he sent me this. It's from John Murray, and it's very short. I attended the Planning Commission meeting where the cost permit was denied. I watched the board meeting when the appeal was heard, and the board asked staff to see if something could be worked out. I was part of the Warren Creek Road group that met with county staff and the Costa group to see if there was a solution. That meeting led to the agreed upon resolution that the Costas could transfer their permit to a different location and never considered going on the Warren Creek Road site. All three parties negotiated in good faith and left the meeting happy. Now I'm seeing comments from parties, not parties negotiations, and not from the applicants, that the negotiated agreement should be thrown out and the permit for the grow not be granted. That is out of line. The three parties involved, county staff, Costas, and Warren Creek, heartily request that the board follow through on that plan of action. John Murray, Warren Creek resident. I also would make myself available if the board had any questions. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mike. And we have one other hand up at this moment. If you want to call in, I'd say do so now. And that is the number who ends in 6670. Just press *6 to unmute and you will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Madeline DeLapp calling from the Humboldt County Growers Alliance. And I'm calling in today as a witness and as an observer to some pretty interesting processes that are being had by our county with regards to permits like the Costas. Originally this was a 5,000 square foot pre-existing cultivation site that was then upgraded to a 10,000 square foot zoning clearance certificate under the first land use ordinance. The Costas moved forward through this process in good faith with the county. When the second land use ordinance was developed, there was new language that was integrated into that land use for community planning areas, which then meant that this project, because of its relation to the Blue Lake community planning area, now had to either go through a conditional use permit, have a 600-foot setback, which this project only had the ability to do 570 feet, or put it in a fully enclosed greenhouse. A fully enclosed greenhouse for a project like this costs a lot of money, tens of thousands up to $100,000. The Costas decided to go forward with a CUP. This then was met with community opposition. I have significant concerns with how I've seen this community opposition of the public using bullying tactics to claim public health, public safety, and their welfare is jeopardized because of open air cannabis or just cannabis in general. And to see the agreement that is coming forward from the county and from the public, as you just heard, that this is a solution, a win-win. Well, a win-win, you can't just transfer land. The Costas own this land. How much does it cost to buy a piece of property to cultivate on in Honeydew? Is the county providing this? Is the public from Warren Creek providing this? A transfer of permit does not come with a new free entitlement to land. That this family is having to expend a lot of money to work with their neighbors.
You still have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm like, oh my gosh. This is just, these are some of our original small family operators in Humboldt County. They have tried to move through this process with goodwill over the last 4 years. They've been denied by the public, and now it's like, okay, transfer your project to Honeydew. And again, hundreds of thousands of dollars need to be spent. This is not a pragmatic logistics, ease of access, win-win solution. And on top of that, they have been publicly shamed and degraded by their neighbors in public forums.
Thank you, Madeline. 3 minutes goes fast. All right, we have one person left. If you want to talk about this, please do call in now, or you might lose your chance. So will the person ending in 5626, please. Actually, someone is not muted.
Hi, am I on?
Yeah, but okay, but please mute for now. Thank you. All right, so if you're 5626, please speak, and you've got 3 minutes. Welcome. Now you're muted. Now you're
Hi,
unmuted.
I think that's me.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Shakti from Southern Humboldt. I just want to say that the legacy of our small farmers is one of our county's most valuable cultural resources here. And it's said to be a multi-billion-dollar industry, though I find it priceless. The Humboldt brand means nothing without our legacy farmers at the table, yet they've been excluded time and again, and this is just one of many examples. Lori used to have a 2,000 square foot medical garden. She has cancer too that she's battling right now, and she's unable to grow her medicinal cannabis anymore or get a permit. Well, depending on this decision today, and I highly suggest you guys alter your choice, alter the choice of the Planning Commission, because this is completely unconscionable. She's been through so much in the past 4 years, and $40,000 later, her health has been compromised by the stress. Their farm is 1/15th in size of Rolling Meadows or less. And in the last meeting, John Ford had claimed that there must be factual evidence supporting the denial of a permit. And I'm asking that you guys please show us the facts for this alleged, supposed denial in the works. I see no factual basis for their denial and forced relocation, and only 15 about local community members opposed the project, and it was very much based on cannabis bias. There were thousands opposed to Rolling Meadows Ranch, including environmental groups, experts, lawyers, and volunteer fire personnel and district members. So it's apparent that 99.9% of community opposition and plenty of facts around potential adverse impacts to the environment is not enough to cause a denial to a permit, according to you all last week. So I'd please like the board to explain, and John Ford, how that argument works for large farms, but not ma and pa legacy farmers. The Warren Creek community opposes the Costas based on odor, traffic, public safety, and a loss of sense of place. Public safety will be improved by this project. Traffic, there will be no traffic added, and the days of claiming cannabis diminishes your quality of life and sense of place are supposed to be over. California voters agreed, and by a large margin. It's not factual to say that cannabis odor diminishes one's quality of life, as vegans and vegetarians will agree. Meat frying on barbecues and mega cattle ranch smells and chemical cancer-causing fertilizers used on all of the non-organic produce around us is not a reason to argue that it diminishes our quality of life. And so I don't think anyone can use cannabis odor as an argument anymore. It's not factual anymore. This plant and the cannabinoid system has been around a lot longer than humans have existed. So if someone has a problem with it, they can walk some other direction through somebody else's land to go to the river. There's no cause to deny this project. Please support our legacy cannabis cultivators. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There was one other hand up, and I think and even their phone number has disappeared from the screen. Ryan, do you see that number appear? Did you see them drop off?
I believe the last caller was the last person I saw in the queue. I did not see any others.
Yeah, 8382 came in when she was speaking, but then they dropped off. So
okay, I don't see them in the queue either anymore.
All right, well then with that, we will go. I'm going to close the public comment portion of this hearing and go back to the board. I did want to give Ms. Costa a short, for a reply if you'd like, or to clear up something. And then at that point,
public comment, please.
Excuse me. let me just,
Public comment.
I've been trying to get through on the phone. This is Cara Cordoni, and for some reason,
okay, what was your last four numbers? I had one more person.
I was 0789, or sorry,
Okay. All right, then,
286, but for some reason it's not going through.
Hold on, I have to ask, I closed the public comment portion of this, so I need to connect with our attorney on whether, because I did officially close the public comment portion. So Jefferson, I'm sorry to ask you for this. Is there, I'm inclined to let her have her 3 minutes, but because I did close it, what is your suggestion? And
Chair,
has a comment too, or suggestion.
I think you could just say you would like to solicit that comment. And Director Ford also has his hand up.
Okay, thank you. And Director Ford?
I would like to say that Cara Cordoni actually has been a representative of the applicant. You can treat her as part of the applicant team.
Okay, that's perfect. That was a great resolution. Thank you. All right, so yeah, Ms. Cordoni and Ms. Costa, if you want to respond to a few things, and then you'll be there for questions if the board has questions for you.
Thank you.
Sure. Welcome. Sorry that was hard to get in.
Yeah, I was having all kinds of phone issues there. So I have previously worked on this application. I wanted to speak to being present at the neighbor meeting because I was present there. At that meeting, the neighbors specifically apologized to me for the attack on me at the initial meeting of denial in which I was accused of attacking someone's child. And they did agree to an apology to the Costas, and that they recognized that they had done harm to their reputation. So that was, from my personal presence at the meeting, part of the agreement, and that has not been honored going forward. And that is pretty much all I'd like to say.
I'd also like to reconfirm that in addition to not taking any responsibility for this, this thing that they did to us, they did more harm since that neighbor meeting. And I sent a packet to you guys. I gave it to Mr. Ford. I explained it all. The planner was very clear with me, said that we didn't deserve an apology, that the neighbors didn't do anything wrong. And the neighbors misrepresented us in a public forum with no recourse. And the Planning Commission would not have voted against us without the public pushback, which the neighbors recanted. I would have not brought this up. All they had to do was, instead of filing an op-ed with the Mad River Union, they should have said the Costas we were wrong. We didn't understand who we were talking about. They could have come up with a lot of reasons to excuse themselves for their own behavior in this, but they did not. And the only reason we were denied was because of that behavior. We shouldn't have had to go through this, and we shouldn't have to move to Honeydew. That's our property out there, our family lot. And it's going to cost us a lot of money for a lease in a Honeydew and another truck and 2 hours each way. My husband will get home late. He'll have to leave early. It's wrong to use the ordinance this way. And I am really begging you guys to take this into consideration, how the Planning Commission was taken advantage of in the process. And I think the Planning Commission probably would agree with that after hearing this. Right. The terms of the agreement were specific. It included a full public apology for the slander.
All right, I do appreciate and I understand your passion here, and the board may ask you questions. At this time, I do want to go to the board to see who would like to comment, ask questions, or be the first to jump in. And hello, supervisor. Anyone care to comment or have questions for the director? Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. My question is either maybe for the consult or Ms. Costa, do you have a consultant representing you? No.
Through the chair.
Where
my name
Yes, Brian Shields. I didn't realize he was on the call. Brian has not, he's representing us, but he has not charged us because we just don't have anything left.
All right, thank you, Ms. Costa. Yes, Brian, please, and go ahead.
Chair Bass, thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Brian Shields here. Some of you might remember me. We've dealt with kind of this very similar situation with another project I've been working on, Maple Creek Investments. So I've just been kind of sitting back and watching this kind of unfold, and I would just like to insert myself here momentarily just to provide some context that might clarify some pending questions you have. So we did attend this meeting to try and come to an amicable solution on how to move forward. The Costas have invested 4+ years in a 10,000 square foot operation, which is just absurd. This ordinance 1.0 was drafted originally to really streamline these small legacy farms, bring them into the process, help them to come into compliance, and essentially get back to work and generate tax revenues for the county. I have some concerns as I would like to echo in on what Madeline DeLapp had previously mentioned is, what is the legal basis for a applicant under the guise of a 1.0 ordinance 1-2 years down the road to be hit with a secondary ordinance that requires them to then seek a conditional use permit for a project that was originally applied for under a zoning clearance certificate. The second item that I would like to use this as an avenue to address is the absurdity of how out of control the public comment process has gotten. I have been party to even being called a murderer, and it has been filed with the county and recorded in writing from neighbors whose sole objective is to influence the decision of the commission or the board because they just don't like cannabis. So there's a lot of emotion involved in this process with these families and these people who are trying to, one, protect their land, and two, provide for their livelihoods. And they should be commended for coming out of the dark and entering into this process and awarded with these basic, requirements and for meeting all the requirements. Title III Humboldt County Code, as you all are familiar with, it does require that applicants provide factual-based information to show that they meet the requirements of approval for their projects. And I would like to recommend that the same should be said for public comment that is going to be entered into the record, because this is outright slanderous and malicious in intent, and it does inevitably sway the decision. Nonetheless, we went into this meeting. I was asked to come to the meeting by the family, and I just sat in as a third party to witness what was going on. And when I saw that we weren't really getting anywhere, based on what we had come to a determination with Maple Creek Investments, was I proposed the relocation of the project as a solution to getting the Costas an opportunity to continue to cultivate, because it was very clear from the community that they were just not willing to negotiate at all. It was a non-starter. The meeting, Board of Supervisors members, was a waste of time. And in a lot of essences, even in previous applications that I've been involved in, it is a huge waste of time and does not really resolve anything, and essentially holds the applicant in a state of duress to where they're figuring out, oh my God, I'm going to lose 4 years and all this money and have nothing. So I better sign this paperwork and get something. And that's not the intent of what these ordinances, I believe, were set out to accomplish. So I just wanted to provide a little background information on that. And if you have any questions, I'm here. I'd be more than willing to answer. I'm here to help the Costa family, as
right.
she said, you know.
Thank you, Brian.
So thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, since you did ask if a representative was involved, do you want to ask a question? And following you would be Supervisor Bushnell.
I didn't ask that question. I just would like to hear from staff.
Oh, I thought someone did ask if there was.
I asked the question, Bridget.
Okay, I apologize. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
I have one question. I think it's for Director Ford. Actually, I have a couple. So, am I understanding that this motion, this agenda item, are we going outside of the agenda item now because they're not willing to relocate, is what it sounds like. So I'm wondering if that is going to change this hearing today. And also, I guess with that same question, that's what I would ask Ms. Costa, that you're not willing at this time to relocate.
It's not that we're not willing to try, but to be forced into it when, for what reason? We have a very, very small chance of finding a relocation spot. The stuff that's going on in Honeydew right now with the semis on the road and stuff is alarming. Our goal when we went to the neighbor meeting, our goal was to still have Warren Creek for our farm. Our goal was to present ourselves to the neighbors, for them to come face to face with us and to see that we are not dragons with two heads. We're a nice family. They couldn't even identify myself.
Ms. Costa,
they didn't recognize.
I appreciate that. I think the question was, would you be willing or not willing? And if I'm hearing you correctly, it's like you'd much rather not have to do this, but you're not saying that you would not do it if that was the one thing. You don't have to ask. I answer. I'm just trying to get, we want to really make sure we have all the conversation we can to make the best decision we can. So I don't mean to be rude and stop you. I just wanted to make sure I got the info, and I'll go back to Supervisor Bushnell, and then you'll probably get more questions.
Yes, ma'am. We want our family farm is what we really want. If we are forced, then we're going to have to scrape and try and figure it out, but we'll probably end up with nothing.
Can't afford it.
All right. Thank you.
Can I ask one more clarifying question so that it can all be answered at the same time, please? Thank you, Ms. Costa. According to community action plan, you have to have a 600 feet setback when there's community complaint. Can someone let me know if they have that or can accomplish the 600 feet setback, please?
It's approximately 570 feet, and that is also a 2.0 issue that was never an issue until the last few months of our permit process. All of those issues with the neighbors are 2.0 things.
Okay, I thank you for that. I would like to hear from Director Ford on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Ford.
So the relative to the 600 feet, we have looked at that. 10,000 square feet of cultivation cannot be placed on the property and maintain a 600-foot setback. There is a house that is relatively close. That is the reason for the conditional use permit. The struggle that we're having here, frankly, is it is in 2.0, and 2.0 only applies retroactively to community plan areas. That was normally when an ordinance goes into effect, the ordinance then affects everything. One of the things that 2.0 did was that it said, if you've got an existing 1.0 application, you're processed under 1.0 provisions unless you're in a community plan area. And that's the only time that you have to go back and have these retroactively applied standards that were implemented for that. And there were specific standards that were applied both to projects that are in the process and also applications that had actually already been approved. So currently, one of the things we're doing is going through approved projects and having them go back and implement these standards, sometimes by applying for and receiving approval of or action on a conditional use permit. I should point out that in circumstances where there is no controversy, a special permit is the process that can be utilized. I think the struggle is here, and I'm frankly a little unclear, is that I know Ms. Costa said that they don't want to, but earlier I heard her say they want to go back to cultivating on the Warren Creek roadside. And I just want to be clear that that is not what's been brought forward to the board today. That would result in a need for a continuance and to go back and bring back a completely different set of facts. I also want to point out that it seems like the county somehow is forcing this relocation on the applicant. As Mr. Shields mentioned, that was brought up by the applicant team. That was not brought up by county staff. This is not something the county's trying to implement here. We are bringing forward what we thought was an agreed upon solution. If that solution is changing, then we need to go back and reevaluate the circumstances, or as Jackie mentioned, reevaluate the facts.
Thank you, Director Ford. And Supervisor Bushnell, you continue.
Thank you. I just, if that Ms. Costa's intent is to grow on Warren Creek and pursue that, then we need to do something different here, correct?
Yes.
So Ms. Costa, I think that because the agenda item is not agendized for the permit on Warren Creek, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but we need some direction.
Are you requesting that from Ms. Costa or from Director Ford?
I think it would be Ms. Costa that needs to answer that.
Yes. So please, Ms. Costa. I think what Supervisor Bushnell's asking is, what are you expecting out of today is what I'm kind of interpreting.
I came to the meeting today on the heels of the neighborhood meeting. There were 3 things that we agreed to. We agreed to relocate. We agreed a covenant, but we also agreed that we would be totally clear that the neighbors would recant all of this. It's ridiculous to think that we could go to another community with this on our backs. They admitted that they did not have adequate measure to make those claims. Now they are not holding up their part of the agreement. This shouldn't even be before you because there was 3 things to the terms. 2 of them were met. The 3rd was not met.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Costa. Supervisor Bushnell, did you have another question? Okay. So any other questions from supervisors at this point? Supervisor Madrone, I thought you were reaching for your button. I guess my question, and maybe it's not a question, it's more of a statement. It's like, I see more and more these days in the last many years of being elected that we somehow are put in the position of mediating between neighbors. And, I think having the neighborhood talk was great. I think because we don't have anything in writing, speaking in favor of your commit, moving your permit now for the RRR site, that's what the neighbors, I think, thought they got out of it. And you're believing that there was an actual written apology, and I can understand that. I guess my point is, or my question is, if somehow we get an agreement that the neighbors will make a public apology, I mean, is that seriously down to the very bottom what it is that you need in order to move this forward that we have brought through today?
what I needed was the neighbors to make the apology as if they really meant it. For the neighbors to be coerced at this point into saying that they did something wrong is not likely and not sincere. Because we went in to try and deal with the Planning Commission's denial. The Planning Commission denied us based on all of this pushback. We came to this neighbor meeting to deal with our denial based on these neighbors. These neighbors, we agreed to these terms to relocate, but the neighbors have not. They have sent us on our back, marching with more problems than they originally laid at our feet.
Okay.
The neighbor that commented earlier, that was just a Band-Aid. It was not sincere. It doesn't settle things, and it doesn't take care of the terms. So if the Planning Commission was to receive this new information that was brought forward at the neighbor meeting, I'd have a hard time believing that the Planning Commission would still side 3-2 with the neighbors, having been deceived. This is a big deal. You're setting a precedent for everybody else that comes into public forum and neighbors say stuff about people.
All right, and I do appreciate that, because believe me, we have a lot of things said about us that we think are not deserved also. So, but it's worse when that happens to members of the public. So I'm sorry that was your experience. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Ford, could the square footage be cut down a little bit to get the 600-foot setback? Although I still don't know if we have a direction on this agenda item.
If you'll just allow me a moment, I'm refreshing my memory. It is conceivable.
I don't believe that we could do that.
Because it was only 25
Well, I mean, I can turn it the other way,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Okay, thank you. Is that
Yeah, I think that there could be something approved at less than 10,000 square feet, maintain the setbacks, and stay more than 600 feet away from the closest neighbor.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Bushnell. Your hand's
Well, then I believe that I'd like to make a motion for a continuance, given that the agenda item isn't, I don't think is going in a direction that the applicant wants.
And I would, is there a second at this moment for that? And then I have a question as well. There's not a second at this moment, but that doesn't mean there won't be. I'd really like to hear the comments from the supervisor who's representing this area. Because to me, I'm making assumptions based on what I know or what I believe. And I don't mean to put somebody on the spot, but I would really appreciate a little bit of guidance. Yeah, so, and I'll have to be honest, I get confused. I think it's Supervisor Wilson, but then it could be Madrone, the way lines go.
It's my district. It's all right.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I just really think I want to hear from you. I need to hear from you. So.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say this has been a pretty painful process. It's not just for the applicant, but also, for the neighbors. And I would say that the 600 feet is one on the list of items related to the, to what we're talking about here. So I would say that probably would not be the only thing that we would deal with in this situation. So with relationship to just how far we've come down this road, I just feel like this agreement is I mean, it's painful, but it gets us through this. It gets a permit done. It doubles the size of that permit. I completely empathize with the issue related to the commute associated with that. But I mean, if it's really just based on what people perceive as as an apology or not an apology. I think that, you know, we have the discretion to move this forward, and I think the staff recommendations is, albeit not perfect, it's where we're at, and I'm happy to move that we go forward with this.
And a motion for staff recommendation, I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second, at least for discussion? I'm allowed to second, aren't I? I think, unless I'm like the last choice. Is someone else? Supervisor Bohn? I see your speaker is now on.
It's been on.
Okay, I'm just seeing if there's a second.
Yeah, I remember the last meeting all too well. And if it's coming down to an apology, I'm, you know, and I don't know if they're saddled to going out to the Matol or anything else with that. So I'm kind of waiting to see what happens here.
And I will ask County, thank you, that's not a second then. County Council Billingsley, I can say a second, correct?
I believe you can, Chair. I think the issue is the board continued this to see if the applicant and the neighbors could work out a solution. Unless I'm missing something, it sounds like that is not happening at this point.
I'm hearing that as well. And Supervisor Bohn?
I am concerned because we did that trying to work something out. The neighbors, I mean, at the last hearing, they had quite a few concerns about traffic. I know a lot of the neighbors are a half mile, a lot of them are 6/10 of a mile, 7/10 of a mile, but they're on the same road. And I know they've put up with a lot of traffic, and I know the applicant says this wasn't their fault, but there has been a lot of traffic to the site, and I'm not gonna name names or anything else like that. And I don't know if they have to take their permit 2 hours away. I mean, they could, you know, there are other areas that aren't in a community plan. I don't know. I can see both sides of this. It's not a very big parcel, but it's just, if we could actually, we put all these restraints on traffic trips and everything else, and who the hell's going to police them is my biggest fear. So, I don't know. I'm waiting to see somebody bring something up good.
Well, yes, yes, County Council Billingsley.
Chair, I hope I'm not interjecting too much, but it really seems at this point, the whole project is not back in front of your board. I think it really needs to come back to your board for a decision on the merits of the permit, because it does not appear that the compromise is going to work. But also, I would like Director Ford's thoughts on this as well. I realize it's been before your board several times at this point, but it does seem like that's where we're at right now.
Well, and thank you, Jefferson. I agree. But we're always talking about, we keep kicking things down the road, and I'm going, well, this would be like the longest we've done. But John, Dr. Ford, what are your thoughts on this? What Jefferson suggested? I mean, do we have any place to go from here? And the first never got officially seconded, I don't think, Mike. Sorry about that. So I'm just going to take.
That's okay. And I mean, I'm going to also ask Director Ford with regards to this. I mean, what I heard from the applicant is that, you know, they don't like it, but but that's not, there's a lot of agreements that we do here that applicants don't like, but what I did hear was that they would agree to it. And so that is, I'm just, you know, if we really want to like swing this back around like that, which I think is not a good idea. I don't think it's gonna result in any more agreement or any more good feelings, or quite frankly, any even better process. So it's an imperfect solution to where we're at, and I just think that I'm ready to move this forward.
Great. Thank you, Director Ford.
Yeah. Thank you. And I do appreciate what Council Billingsley is making the point of is that this was brought back as a negotiated compromise that no longer seems to be acceptable
Was
to
it
the
signed?
applicant.
To the chair, was there an agreement signed though, right?
It was not a signed agreement. It was a completely verbal agreement. And so the quandary that the board is facing is at what point do you take an action on an application that you may take an action, as Supervisor Wilson said, that is hostile to an applicant's wishes. It may not be perfect, but it is within your prerogative to do that. The question that's really before you is, do you want to go back and re-examine the facts associated with this site, whether it be for 10,000 square feet or something less, even if it's more than 600 feet from, at this point, even if it's more than 600 feet from a residence, it's going to be a CUP within this area. So we're going to go back to the same circumstances that we had in the previous hearing with the neighborhood and community opposition.
Through the chair, if I may, I mean, we as a body, including the planning commission, deny permits. That, you know, and that is not what the applicant wants. I mean, that happens. And so I would say that this is definitely less than a denial of a permit, which was quite frankly denied by the planning commission. And I get that there was controversy associated with that. I get that there was hard feelings, but it did go through a process where that did happen. So from that perspective, this is something less than a denial. So that's why I think some people see it as a compromise.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Ford, can you cite or recall the denial through the planning commission? Was it the setback?
No.
No.
No, it had to do with the public testimony.
So, okay, thank you.
I have a question, Director Ford. Is there any way, I mean, if this were to move forward as it currently is, which sounds like, you know, kind of not likely maybe, do we have some way to work with the Costas to help identify the closest nearby RRR to their current location? I mean, how far can we go to try to facilitate finding that spot?
Yeah, no, we'd absolutely be willing to work with the Costas and identify locations. In all honesty, part of their proposal was that they knew of a place where they thought that they would be able to either enter into a favorable lease agreement or perhaps even purchase the property. And that's why that was being discussed very favorably at the time. And it is a ways away. I don't want to, though, paint a picture that doesn't exist, is that it's hard to find sites right now. The sites that are good sites to cultivate on, people have taken into contract.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So, I see a lot of faces on the screen here. Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
John, I mean, what do we have? 420 acres permitted in Humboldt County?
No. 420 acres total? No, it's probably 1.4 million acres.
No, we have 1.5 million acres in Humboldt County permitted. How many do we have permitted? Because we're hearing a lot of referrals about big grows and everything else, and about over 90% of all the grows are under an acre that are permitted, if I remember right. And almost half of those are 10,000 square feet or less.
Yeah, we've got 9,474,556 square feet currently permitted. Of that, that's within 640 approved permits. That doesn't include RRRs. That doesn't include distribution. That doesn't include manufacturing or dispensaries. 35 of those are more than an acre.
And the balance is an acre or less, and a majority of those are 10,000 square feet or less, right?
291 of those are less than 10,000 square feet.
Okay.
Supervisor Bohn, is that
what I'm saying is we've got a little over 400 acres permitted, and we have 1.5 million acres in the county, and probably you take out waterways, we're probably down to about 1.3, 1.35. I'm just can't believe that there's not a site closer than that. And I just, and with that, and I remember this meeting very well. I remember the neighborhood meeting. I didn't know if Supervisor Wilson went to it or not. I know I've been to quite a few in my district, just trying to work things out, and it doesn't sometimes work out. But
for the record, I was out of town at that time.
Yeah. So
I have Supervisor Bohn, I'm wondering, would there be any desire to choose a small continuance to really focus on a location that could potentially be suitable? I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else. I was just mentioning that. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So through the chair, Director Ford and Ms. Costa, would you be willing to, if we could put a stipulation in that we, the county, and however, like Director Ford said, looks for a location closer, but if we cannot find it, would you be okay with then going forward with the location that you have secured? Or how do you feel about that?
If the county would make a sincere effort, to work with us and find us a receiving spot, we would very much appreciate that. That would be a great gesture. And then, like you said, if the county couldn't help us do that, revisit our original location. Is that what I'm hearing?
Not the original location, but the location that you have in
Honeydew.
Or in Honeydew. But make an honest effort, true effort to help you folks relocate closer.
A genuine effort on the county's behalf would be seen as a great olive branch regarding the other issues with the neighbors. I'm also going to ask that we get a senior planner assigned to our project, please.
So through the chair, John, could that be accommodated?
Yeah, it can be accommodated. I think, yes, it can be accommodated.
So we don't have a second on the table, am I correct?
Actually, and I requested he just pulled the first off anyway, so.
Well, you're right.
I'm sorry.
So could I make a new motion?
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that I've rescinded my first? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, because when I came on, I basically said, no one seemed to want a second. I did it, and
it fails for lack of a second. Is what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out how to get there. So we'd like an official motion. How's that?
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell, do you want to try to do that? Or
sure. So I would like to adopt staff's recommendation, including that we first try to secure a location for the Costas closer, and that a senior planner be assigned to their application process. And I probably need to clean that up, Director Ford.
Yes, Director Ford, do you have a rephrase of how you'd like this to go?
Well, you're using a word there that makes me extremely nervous, which is to secure a location, which means we're going to go out and find it. We're going to negotiate the cost, and that's not something we can do. I mean, just to balance expectations here, we can identify appropriate locations, but the financial elements of it, we can't own.
And you understand that, Ms. Costa, right? Okay. So help me with the language, Director Ford.
So the county will work with the applicant to identify appropriate locations that can be permitted.
Ms. Costa, is that acceptable?
And reassign the planner, please.
And we will reassign the planner, yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Ms. Costa, is that acceptable?
And on the assumption that the motion stands, I heard a second. And I think what I would say is, this is, I support the motion. Let's say that first. But I think this is a real good, well, one reason to be sure we write down notes when we do these planning meetings and make sure everyone's on the same page. I mean, that is a huge lesson to take from here, I think, because this won't be the last one. But more so, you know, what the Costas had to go through as far as, you know, what was perceived as defamation of character is tough. I mean, it does happen to us, but we put ourselves in this position. But people, and I guess I'm preaching, but people who are watching this, or, you know, anyone, words hurt and they're real. And so, you know, I can understand wanting an apology for things that were certifiably not true, and I do not know what is. I'd just like to caution people that, you know, in our passions to do what's important for us, we seem to often forget that there are actual people and feelings on the other side. And I just would really ask people to be more considerate of each other. It's just a human thing to do. So, but that's not part of the motion. So, but I support it. Supervisor Madrone, did you have anything you wished to add to this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as you all know, neighborhoods matter a lot to me in my decision making, but fairness of process for applicants also matters, right? And that's what we're trying to balance here, is find some sort of an approach to that. And so I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell's efforts in trying to find that spot that might work for both, as well as others that have spoken. So that's really all I have to say. It looks like this is heading in an okay direction. Nobody's going to be ecstatically happy, but this certainly gets us moving in the right direction.
All right, anyone else? Supervisor Wilson?
Yep, I appreciate this, and I do appreciate Supervisor Bushnell's legislating from the dais in a positive way. I really appreciate that. Good job.
All righty, well then, Ryan?
I have a process question, because I heard in the motion to approve staff recommendations, and I'm not sure how to interpret that. Staff recommendations would be to adopt the resolution, make the findings. Are we still doing all that?
Would you like to rephrase, John,
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell, how you would like this recorded?
So if I could take a shot at it, and if I capture it, that'll be awesome. So the motion is to adopt staff recommendation with the further direction to staff to work with the applicant to find appropriate locations as receiving sites, to identify sites that can be permitted, and then to reassign the receiving site application to a senior planner.
Can I confirm with Ms. Costa that that is what she's understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ford.
Okay, and that's okay with the seconder? All right, I think that's a yes, okay.
Thank you.
When he votes.
Okay, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Okay, so I will now close the public hearing, and we will now be on break until 1:30, if I'm correct.
Thank you, Ms. Costa.
All right. So we'll be back for our 1:30 time sets. Okay, we have enough to proceed. So with that, welcome back to our afternoon session. And we have two matters set for time certain, both coming from the County Administrative Office. The first is regarding a status update of the Macias, Ginny and O'Connell LLP, better known as MGO in my vocabulary. So with that, I would like to send this to staff for their report. I don't know if it's CAO Nilsson or Linda. So I'll start with CAO.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Before your board today is a progress report on the project deliverables from Macias, Ginny, and O'Connell, also known as MGO. This agreement was adopted by your board on December 8th. First, you'll hear from the Assistant County Administrative Officer, Alicia Hayes, on the internal service fund charges. And then you will hear from Director Lee on the staffing study. Linda Hurley with MGO is on the line, and I believe Scott Johnson with MGO will also be available. And with that, I will turn this over to Assistant CAO Alicia Hayes for an update on the internal service fund charges.
All right, thank you. And Alicia, welcome, Ms. Hayes.
There we go. How's that? Never fails. Thank you, CAO Nilsson and members of the board. As the CAO said, I'm Alicia Hayes, the Assistant CAO, and I've been overseeing the work to finalize the internal service fund charges. We call them ISF charges for the fiscal year 2021 and 21-22. ISF managers began meeting with MGO on December 14th, following your board's approval of that engagement, and concluded this project last week for the most part. Each ISF met with MGO for a minimum of 1 hour every week to coordinate with MGO on this project. In addition, they spent a significant portion of their time outside of the weekly meetings preparing documentation, resource guides, and improving calculation methodologies. Staff and MGO thoroughly evaluated each ISF to ensure that charges were in compliance with industry guidelines established by the state controller, addressed findings from the 2019 field review, and to implement the corrective action plan. Staff also evaluated prior year actuals and developed a true-up process, evaluated available fund balances, ensured that charges corresponded to budget totals, and correlated charges to actual effort expended. In total, 13 weeks were spent preparing the ISF charges. MGO spent a total of 211 hours on this project, with IT and communications spending more than 80 hours, risk management and human resources spending more than 60 hours, purchasing spending more than 80 hours, and ADA staff spending more than 100 hours to develop their charges, for a total of 531 hours dedicated to this project. Staff are confident in their calculation methodologies and remain optimistic that the charges will be accepted as substantiated by the auditor controller. With that, I will pass it to Linda Lee, Director of Human Resources, to provide an update on the staffing study.
Welcome, Director Lee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable board members, and CAO Nilsson. Thank you for the privilege of your time. And this portion of my staff report, my status report, is reflecting on the ACO staffing study. And as you will recall, back in the fall and up in January of 2021, in multiple public sessions, I informed your board, and with your board approval, we attempted to be strategic in our approach to a staffing challenge, which will require an examinations of work, department structure, and classification needs in addressing long-term and sustainable solutions. The staffing study is in collaborations with MGO, the Auditor Controller, Paz Dominguez and her office, and my office, County HR. Since the approval of this agreement on December 8th of 2021, County HR and MGO collaborated in the development of very extensive work project plan, timelines, a matrix of departments' personnel skill set, duties, responsibilities, and related potential gaps, as well as a matrix of comparative pay agencies. I'm pleased to report to your board that on March 11th, MGO, Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez, and myself met for a kickoff meeting. At that meeting, we reviewed and discussed the project expectations, the outcomes of the study, the project's work plan, and the related subtask. Our immediate next steps are to identify some times and dates in which MGO will conduct staff interviews, as well as a scheduled one-on-one interview with Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez. I'm truly excited of this project to assist the Auditor Controllers and her office and to really achieve the objectives of the studies. So that concludes my portions of my status report to your board, and I will be available for questions, and I will turn this back to CAO Nielsen.
So that concludes the progress report update on the project deliverables with MGO, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions, Supervisor Bohn? Okay, would you press?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. You guys are all. The last line of this says that the AC has not approved this agenda item as she was not in agreement with the statement as written. So since this is in partnership or perceived partnership, what part isn't? I don't understand.
How about, why don't we ask the Auditor Controller? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm trying to ask anybody, because it's stated here.
Well,
it's in the agenda item.
Well, my thought is I invite the Auditor Controller.
Go with your thought.
Thanks. To kind of weigh in on the situation of why you were not willing to sign off on the item. So welcome, Auditor Controller.
Thank you very much, Chair Bass, for the opportunity to answer that question. Oops, my apologies. I don't feel that there was enough time really for us to be able to work on editing or proofreading. And because of the urgency with publishing this item, the item was delegated to the next person in the authority sequence. I had communicated to the departments about potential edits to the staff report. And I believe that it's because of timing that I didn't receive, or there was not an opportunity to go over it. I'm not sure that that's really something we need to highlight, because generally I am in agreement with Director Lee. I am just as excited for the staffing study, and I'm pleased with the results of our kickoff meeting. I think we have a good action plan, and we all have the energy and the desire to achieve that goal. So I wouldn't really highlight or spend too much energy on semantics or technical words in the staff report. In theory, in general, I'm on the same page about the staffing study.
Hey, thank you for showing that up for us.
I appreciate that. I just must have misread it, because it just says has not approved this item. I didn't realize you approved it, but didn't. Anyway, okay, thanks. It's confusing.
I think it's semantics. Any other supervisors have a question or comment for the team, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate and thank everybody for coming together at this late date to make agreements to work on this staffing study. It is very exciting to me. I appreciate all of your efforts in stepping forward to make that happen. Thank you very much.
All right, anyone else at the moment? Supervisor Wilson?
Well, in general, I don't share a lot of excitement about staffing studies, but some people really like them. So I'm glad that there are other people that do like this because it's still really important. And I want to say that I just want to thank everybody for working on this and getting forward. And do we even need a motion, or is this just a report?
You could make a motion to accept the staff report.
I make a motion to accept the staff report.
There a second so that we have a little more conversation. I see a hand up, so I'll take a second. Did someone say that?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, CAO Nielsen, do we have a completion date for this staffing study?
I will look to Director Lee to answer that question.
Through the chair, yes, we are planning to work fast as possible due to some of the ongoing logistics of scheduling the interviews. It is our hope that we'll be able to complete this study hopefully by the end of June or prior to part of June, so that we can have these discussions as part of building into if there's a potential staffing increase requested will be part of the budget development preparation. But with the staffing study, we want to be mindful and we want to take the steps to really look into a deeper dive to ensure that we're addressing all aspects. But we are tentatively planning to have at least be done by the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Director Lee.
All right, anyone else have a comment before we go out to the public or a question? Seeing no one. At this moment, nobody has their hand up. So if you're interested, please press *9 so you can comment. All right, so no hands are up. I will return to the board. We have a motion and a second, and Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm sorry, thank you. I just have one additional question, and I probably through the chair is going to be for Director Lee. So this staffing study, you guys decided to do this on November 23rd, and since November 23rd, you've added staff to the AC office, and maybe Ms. Paz-Dominguez can answer also. I'm just curious.
Through the chair, the plan back in fall and November timeframe was recognizing that there is a critical need in the office. So we kind of did a two-pronged approach. The Board of Supervisors, through your board, approved an additional 2 allocations in January of 2021, which is a senior auditor supervising auditor controller and a senior accountant auditor controller. That is an interim measure to assist the department, and that was achieved through multiple conversations. At that time in January, staff recommended to address a strategic long-term sustainable solutions. We need to do a deeper dive of the staffing study. So this is part of that staffing study.
Thank you, Director Lee.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, Brian, will you please do a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right. Then we'll move on to our additional time set, and that's establishment of a Humboldt County Audit Committee. And this again comes from the CAO's office. So I'll turn this over to CAO Nielsen.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Can you see this? Can you see the PowerPoint?
I can see this print. If it gets smaller than this, then that would be a no. I'm just being honest, and I know Supervisor Wilson, he keeps asking. I thought I'd do it this time.
Speak for your own eyes.
Okay. Well, before I begin, I want to take a moment to thank Deputy CAO Sean Quincy, who really put in a lot of effort into today's report and charter, and I just really appreciate him and all of my staff for all of the work that they do on behalf of the county. So thank you so much. So Chair Bass and members of the board, on February 23rd, your board directed the County Administrative Office to return with documentation to allow the board to establish an audit committee. This agenda item effectuates that direction. This brief presentation will provide an overview of some of the key proposed elements of the committee. Per the Government Finance Officers Association, 3 main groups are responsible for the quality of financial reporting: the governing body, which in this case is the Board of Supervisors; financial management, which is the County Administrative Officer, Auditor, Controller, and Treasurer Tax Collector, and the independent auditors. Of these 3, the governing body must be seen as first among equals because of its unique position as the ultimate monitor of the financial reporting process. An audit committee is a practical means for a governing body to provide much needed independent review and oversight of the government's financial reporting processes, internal controls, and independent auditor. When done well, an audit committee brings independence, transparency, and accountability to critical financial management practices. An audit committee also provides a forum separate from management in which auditors and other interested parties can candidly discuss concerns. The ultimate objective is to ensure that county management properly develops and adheres to a sound system of internal controls, puts procedures in place to objectively assess management's practices, and allows independent auditors to objectively assess the county's financial reporting process. Before we dig into the particulars of the proposed committee, I want to discuss the authority and source documents we looked at for today's recommendation. Local elected officials possess independence in the way they carry out their mandated functions. For example, the Board of Supervisors may not tell the sheriff how they are to conduct an investigation or tell the DA how they are to prosecute a case. However, when it comes to the safekeeping, management, and disbursement of public funds, as stated in Government Code Section 25303, your board carries significant responsibility and supervisorial authority as it relates to the conduct of officials, even elected officials who carry out those functions. It should be noted that oversight committees are normal for county processes for both appointed and elected officials. For example, the assessor works with the Assessment Appeals Board, Aviation has the Aviation Advisory Committee, and Probation has the Community Corrections Partnership. Per Government Code 26880, the Board of Supervisors may create the Office of Controller. Your board, through Resolution 752 from the year 1954, created the Office of Controller. Although elected, the Auditor Controller's duties are assigned through the board, who has direct supervision of all officers of the county. To further demonstrate your board's oversight over the Auditor Controller, Government Code Section 26885 further states this shall become operative with a unanimous vote of the board and can also be repealed by the board with a 3/5 vote. The board can give responsibilities and the board can take responsibilities away. The controller duties are assigned by your board, and Government Code Section 25303 allows your board to supervise all county officers. As for the authority of the Auditor Controller to establish a whistleblower hotline per Government Code Section 53087.6b, today's recommendation in no way supersedes that authority. Staff researched best practices from leading organizations around the country, as well as audit committees around the state, in order to create the basis for the proposed charter. We looked at the Government Finance Officers Association best practices on audit committees and the Institute of Internal Auditors Model Audit Committee. It should be noted that the internal auditors is not just a privately traded entity. The IIA has over 200,000 members, is an international internal audit association serving all forms of entities, including government. The IIA developed and supports the Public Sector Audit Center formerly the American Center for Government Auditing. The center is committed to advancing the professional practices of auditing in the public sector. We also looked at information from the Association of Local Government Auditors and Association of Internal Certified Professional Accountants. Getting a little more granular and following GFOA's best practice, the purpose of the audit committee as proposed is to provide leadership and oversight of the county's audits, the county's system of internal controls, the qualifications of the external auditor, and the county's corrective action plan put in response to the audits. Specifically, the committee will perform a few key functions. It will recommend whether to hire or dismiss external auditors who conduct the single audit or other audits as directed by your board. It will hold at least 4 Brown Act compliant meetings per year, 2 of which will occur before and after the single audit is issued. Per the Brown Act, the committee will be able to meet in closed session to discuss certain matters. Since your board has a significant fiduciary responsibility to this county, it is recommended the audit committee will receive complaints, including complaints from employees, conduct investigations, and retain outside counsel and other experts. The charter recommends that your board reserve $50,000 annually for the audit committee. Sorry. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Temporary.
Nice that we all have technical difficulties at times.
Okay, hold on. It's not popping up for me. Why is it not doing that? Okay, hold on. Share. Okay, can you see it now?
No.
Nope.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we're just talking about Brown Act. And so per the committee, per the Brown Act, the committee will be able to meet in closed session to discuss certain matters. Since your board has significant fiduciary responsibility to this county, it is recommended the audit committee will receive complaints, including complaints from employees, conduct investigations, and retain outside counsel and other experts. The charter recommends that your board reserve $50,000 annually for the audit committee for its operations, in addition to fees required to perform the single audit. It will also, at least annually, review the county's system of internal controls, financial risks, and what we can do to address them. There is also a code of conduct that requires committee members to disclose certain campaign contributions when they must recuse themselves from discussions, and prohibits employment and financial services from financial service firms that do business with the treasurer tax collector. The Institute of Internal Auditors, the Association of Local Government Auditors, and the Association of Internal Certified Public Accountants state that committee members be independent, particularly independent of management. After all, the committee is overseeing and reviewing the work of those who carry out the most important financial functions for the county. We also refer to these folks as management. As such, the proposed membership structure includes 2 board members because, as GFOA states, the governing body is the ultimate monitor of the financial reporting process. It also includes 1 member representing special districts or schools, and they are important stakeholders whose funds are held in the county treasury. Finally, it includes 2 qualified members of the public who have a bachelor's degree in accounting and are familiar with public accounting. The membership composition on this committee is a policy decision of your board. In order to ensure the committee has access to appropriate source information, the proposed membership includes the treasurer tax collector, auditor controller, and county administrative officer as advisory non-voting members. The recommendation for staff to be advisory to voting members is primarily because this committee assists your board in fulfilling its oversight responsibilities by monitoring the financial reporting process, the overall systems of internal control and risk mitigation, compliance with laws and regulations, and the independence and performance of the county's external auditors. As a demonstration of who is management, item 34 in the management representation letter, which is sent to the CAO and the auditor controller once the audit is complete, and under the caption information provided states, quote, have made all management judgments and decisions and have assumed all management responsibilities, end quote. Both the CAO and auditor controller must sign this letter. Independence is a key aspect of membership on the committee, particularly for voting members. California counties with audit committees include Butte County. Their voting membership includes one member of the Board of Supervisors who serves as chair. Ex officio members include the Chief Administrative Officer, the County Auditor, County Treasurer, and the Chief Administrative Officer's Budget Director. Orange County Audit Oversight Committee, their voting members include the Chair and Vice Chair of the Board, the County Executive Officer, and 5 qualified members of the public from the private sector appointed by the Board. Placer County Audit Committee, their voting members include 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, 1 qualified member of the general public. Siskiyou County Audit Oversight Committee, their voting members include the chair of the Board of Supervisors, the county administrator, or the grand jury chair. Tulare County Audit Committee, their voting members include 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, the county administrative officer, county counsel, and 1 department head. Yolo County Financial Oversight Committee includes 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, 1 representative of a city in Yolo County, 1 representative of the Yolo County Office of Education, 1 representative of the special districts in Yolo County, and 2 members of the public. There are counties without audit committees, and a partial list includes Amador, Calaveras, Colusa, Del Norte, Mendocino, Tehama, Tuolumne, Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz, and Ventura County. And with that, that concludes the staff report, and I would be happy to answer any questions that your board may have. Chair Bass, I think you're on mute.
And people are probably pretty excited about that, but thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I'll just start with a couple of questions and we can kind of go from there. I'll have some follow-up. So there was this in my mind is an advisory committee, right? Is there, I mean, we kind of interchanged the term advisory and oversight. And so I was just kind of wondering if there's, you know, in the language of the report, there was the term oversight, but in the language of the charter, it's advisory. And I like advisory. I think that's kind of a better tone. So I just want to make sure that that tone is retained, I guess, or that in this document, which I feel like it is. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear. The other thing is in the title, it's the Charter of Humboldt County Audit and Finance Committee. I was just wondering if we might want to remove the and finance part, because audit is pretty much what's used in terms of all through the document for the most part. I mean, there's a few references, but it doesn't really enumerate finance as, you know, as the tasks within the committee. Those are, and then I guess, and then I'm going to ask the CAO. It's like one of the things I'm interested in is like policy and procedures, and so that discussion. And I was just wondering, like, where in the charter would we say maybe policies and procedures sort of specifically? I do see that's like under the the section 2, the purpose, and number 2, that it just says, the oversight of, and it says the systems of internal controls. And again, it's that oversight word. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned about that, but is the systems of internal controls, is that where we might add or assume that policies and procedures are discussed? Is that where that happens?
Through the chair, let me answer your questions, Supervisor Wilson. So yes, this board is, or this committee, excuse me, is advisory to the Board of Supervisors. It does have some oversight capacity though, in terms of assisting with the selection of the external auditor, because you want to make sure that that external auditor is independent of management and isn't protecting management in any way, shape, or form. To your second point about the finance committee, we can remove that and finance from the charter. We can do that. And then policies, yes, that is where you would be looking at internal controls, but there's also some AICPA audit committee toolkits that we would be sharing with this committee that would also help establish some guidelines for this committee.
And through the chair, I was just hoping there would be a place where we could put the terms policies and procedures in this document. And the only, kind of the simplest spot I saw was in that list of purpose, but if there's like a better place to enumerate that in here, I'm happy to hear that suggestion. And then when I'll just kind of going through when we're talking about membership, section 3A membership, and it talks about the committee shall have access to services of at least one financial expert, either a voting committee member or outside party engaged in. Do we really mean like in like a CPA or something like that? Is that what we're talking about?
Through the chair, yes, you're looking for somebody independent of management. Yes, so that could be
okay.
It could be a CPA.
All right. Well, I was just again, it's like that. Maybe I'm just getting stuck on financial versus audit, and I just don't want to. I just want to stay in the lane of audit. So I don't know if there's a better word than financial expert. So, and you can come up with that later if we need to. And then in the voting members, one idea I would promote, if we're going to have two board members, we could have it rotating where it's board chair and vice chair on an annual basis, and it just changes out, and then that's just who's assigned to it every year. It's just an option for this. I mean, that way we don't have to like, it might even depoliticize it on our board a bit in terms of for future reference. That might be helpful. And that way we pull voting for members out of it. There had been some, I saw that some other places pull from the grand jury for as a potential pool, and we don't enumerate that here, but I guess when you're searching for public members, that is a place you might pull from, but again, this is stating that all members of this committee shall be independent and possess or obtain basic understanding of governmental financial reporting or auditing. So, I mean, that really assumes there's some professional level experience, or that I guess they will obtain that experience while they're on the audit committee. I'm not so sure I want them to obtain that experience while on the audit committee, but and so I guess that would enumerate, or that would basically be a qualification of the public members as well. Is that the assumption, that they would have that experience?
Through the chair, yes, we ask that they have at a minimum a degree in accounting, a bachelor's degree in accounting. So we are asking for some minimum qualifications to be a public member.
Okay, so that's assumed in this document.
Yeah, well, it's in the document, it's in the charter.
Right, it's in the charter. So I appreciate also the budget enumeration, or the assumption of a budget enumeration of 50,000, and that's just basically a line item. And I guess that was when we're going into section 4, which is the authority and responsibilities. Dropping down to number 6, C2, the committee may require the presence of any elected or appointed official to attend any of its meetings. I mean, I think it's possible that request might be a better term than require. I'm not sure of the statutory authority of this committee to require. So do you think that that's reasonable to just put that into request?
Through the chair, Government Code Section 25303, your board has supervisorial responsibility over appointed and elected officers. And so if you want the committee to require their attendance, you can do that.
Well, I know that our board has that authority. I just don't know, do subcommittees of our board have that authority?
I see your county council would like to answer that question.
Yes, through the chair. If your board forms a subcommittee, they have the same powers to require attendance that your board chair has. That's section 25171 of the government code.
Well, I mean,
the choice of wording is up to the board.
Okay. For me, I would prefer require. I just don't, you know, if an elected doesn't gonna show up, it's gonna be a drama one way or the other, whether they're requested or they're required. And I'm not really clear that we need to push it to that level. I'd rather elevate that to the board, to the entire board, if we're really in a situation where someone is not coming at the request of the committee. It just seems to me that would be a better place to have that discussion. Those are my comments so far.
Okay. Is there another supervisor who has any questions or comments at this time, or would also offer to our auditor controller, Paz Dominguez, if this is the time you would like to provide some brief information as well before we go to the public?
Thank you, Chair Bass. Yes, I've jotted down some thoughts here. First, I'm very grateful to you for the opportunity to comment on this item today. I do want the record to reflect that I am fully supportive of your board having an advisory committee about the county's financial matters, and I am excited that there is progress. As you know, I provided a list of concerns to staff last week and to you this week, and I appreciate your consideration of my input. My primary concern at that time when I wrote that list of concerns was that all parties would understand that this is an advisory committee and that this will not impact the statutory authority of the independently elected auditor controller. Please note that some of the government codes referenced to you during this presentation are interpreted differently by several people across the state. And the question of independence was settled by the voters of this county in 2016 and in 2018. And to further clarify, I am an elected official, which is different from a county appointed officer. I think that distinction is important to make. Initially, I understood that your board's intention was to set up an audit committee. And I understood that to be in the same way that an audit committee, that term, is used across the state when there is an elected auditor. I understand now that your board is setting up a different type of committee, not to advise the auditor controller, but to simply advise the board. I do look forward to working with your committee, with your board's advisory committee, and in assisting in any way I can. I do intend to make any documents and information available to you, to your committee, to whoever asks for it. That has been the case and will continue to be the case. So I am happy to be here and I'm happy to keep the wheels turning. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Auditor Paz Dominguez, and you'll be around for questions and stuff as well. Thank you. Any other board members have a comment at this point in time before we go to public comment? All right, seeing none, whoops, here we go. we do have one hand raised, and that is an individual with the last 4 digits of 5832. So press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Chair Bass. My name is Michael Evenson. I'm a government accounting specialist, and I work for the County of Humboldt as an analyst in one of the departments. I'm actually very excited to hear about this audit committee. If we were a private sector firm that was traded on a stock exchange, we would have to have one. The SEC mandates it. It's a very positive move for the county as a whole. It'll create stronger, better internal controls and processes. It's a very good thing, and that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you, Michael, for calling in. I see no other hands up, and there's only one other caller that appears on the screen. So I will take that as we have no other members of the public who would like to comment. So we'll go back to the board and have a little conversation, or just, I guess, let's see, what did I look at here? Yeah, we might want to make a few decisions. I mean, give a little more clarity, but I'm surprised no one else is asking questions. This is a quiet group this afternoon. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I very much support this audit advisory committee. I like the comments that have been made so far. I think that Supervisor Wilson made a great suggestion of having the chair and vice chair be the 2 board members, and that way that just rotates each year. I think that was a great suggestion. I also like the suggestion of not require, but request, but we'll see what the board would like to do. No other comments at this time.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And Supervisor Bushnell, do you have anything you'd like to add to this? Oh, okay, all righty.
You read my mind.
Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Through the chair, CAO Nelson, when you have department heads that are on the advisory, or I guess they would be part of the committee but not voting members. So they would be in attendance at every meeting?
Correct. They're required to be, or requested, depending on how your board wants to handle that. You should be required to attend the meetings. The CAO, the auditor controller, and the treasurer tax collector as the advisory, non-voting members.
So my concern is with that, with what Supervisor Wilson said, if we have repeated department heads that aren't showing up, how would that impact the committee?
Well, through the chair, that would obviously, this audit committee will be reporting back to your board. And so if there was a non-voting member who was not participating, that would be reported back to your board. If there was a department head that their attendance had been requested and that wasn't being complied with, that would be reported back to your board as well.
But as far as affecting the committee, it wouldn't really affect the committee because they're non-voting.
Those members
aren't. Right, the committee could still carry on their work, but it depends on who was not present. They could slow down the activities of the committee without their attendance.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Supervisor Bohn, do you have any further questions?
No, I too like Supervisor Wilson's idea of the chair and vice chair. I like the idea of people getting some CPAs out. It would be nice to have a CPA overseeing a lot of this, which I'm not sure if we have. And so I think that would be fine. And I think it would be great if the CAO and the auditor and the tax collector were on an advisory part of that as it's set up now. I think that's great. And the voting members be separate, just so they can oversee and without any burden.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I think Supervisor Wilson had his hand up prior to me.
Well, you had the right hand up. You actually pushed the hand up button. Yeah, Supervisor Wilson, and then Bushnell.
I think I will defer to the person who did it properly first, and then you let the ne'er-do-well get to it.
I am.
So through the chair to CAO Nilsson, is there difference between CPA for business than CPA for government? And would that be a consideration for a qualification on our advisory committee?
Through the chair, yes, there is, while the CPA licensure is the same, their government is specialized and unique. And so it would be nice to have folks with government accounting experience.
Is that something we should try to place in there? I mean, I think we should have somebody that has government experience, as it differs from what I'm understanding.
Through the chair, yes, that is in the charter. We do request government experience in the charter.
Okay, I was trying to find that. Thank you.
Right.
And I also do like Supervisor Wilson's chair and vice chair. That's very good.
Supervisor Wilson.
I think people like it because I volunteer myself to do this
Yep.
for a while. So you're welcome. But I would have made that suggestion even more strongly if I wasn't vice chair and maybe chair for next year. So what about the school, what about the appointees with relationship to the, I just want to clarify, the appointees with relationship to the special districts, they also need to have, as per section 3A, they also need to have that same qualification in terms of having government accounting experience, correct? All means all.
Well, through the chair, the special districts and the school districts have funds in the county treasury, so they are a stakeholder in our financial system. And so we don't delineate that as specifically for that particular appointment, but we could.
I think we should. So I don't know how to enumerate that best in this document, but it seems like if we're asking someone to come from that stakeholder group, that they have some expertise in this too.
I add Supervisor Bushnell, then Bohn.
So through the chair, Supervisor Wilson, what if you don't find anybody in our county that qualifies?
You don't you have a minimum requirement of 3 members to this board.
So you're saying don't have a stakeholder group, including a school superintendent if they don't have government experience?
Well, I don't know how a superintendent wouldn't have some government experience, as they're in a government, but and some some accounting experience as they run that stuff. So I would imagine that they would qualify.
Government experience or government financial experience?
Government financial experience.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're responsible for budgets, so I would imagine, and accounting procedures.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
I think the success of the committee, whether we go to very few special districts, and the only ones I can think of is maybe a large fire department, they all hire private accountants to handle, i.e. Mike the Harbor and things like that. That's not the only client their financial accountant has. So I think we're going to be able to fill, and I don't think anybody from a special district would send us somebody for the audit committee that wasn't familiar. But if we have to spell it out, if they don't have a grasp of the obvious, we can do that. But I think we're going to get their financial person assigned to it. So I don't have as much. Has anybody else missed the word angst about it? I hate that word, but anyway, I'm not as worried about it as everybody else. I think they know that this is part of the financial part of it. And I think we could, I'm looking at YOLOs, and the only thing different about YOLOs, and they say financial, but we can say audit oversight, or however you want to word it, the audit our finances. Well, they're 2 members of the Board of Supervisors. We just change the chair and vice chair, and then they have a representative of a city, representative of the Office of Education, representative of a special district, and 2 members of the public. And I think we'd find people willing to serve on these that have a lot of financial background, and especially in another month, after April 15th, there might even be more people thinking about, hey, this is okay. So I like the way YOLO's set up with the addition of what Supervisor Wilson has thrown in there about the chair and vice chair.
Okay.
My
question.
I have a
yes. Supervisor Wilson.
I think we could. I mean, I think the public could also. I mean, a member of a non-district, that is on that list that was enumerated by Supervisor Bohn could be a member of the public and qualify. So
this YOLO has 2 members of the public.
Right. Well, we do 2, I believe, in here. So, or just 2. So we have 2. I'm just saying that the Board of Education, someone from there, so as long as they have the experience, could qualify for that position. I don't want to make this too big. I mean, we are a small county. We have meeting fatigue as it is. Anyone who is capable is generally busy. And so I want to make sure that, that I personally I would have gone for like 1 board member, 1 district, 1 citizen, 3 members, and move along. But with 5 is just absolute maximum for me, and that's kind of where I'm at.
I have a question I'd like to insert, and then I'll go back to Supervisor Bohn. The part I liked about YOLO was a city representative, and I know we can't have 7 city representatives, but they are partners we work closely with every day as well. Perhaps there'd be some interest, similar to what happens with LAFCO, I believe. The mayor's selection committee for the cities actually chooses one of their own from the bigger city pool. So if I don't say we have to have it, but if we did, I personally think it's a good idea, but we certainly would have to have a way to whittle it down so that we're not showing favoritism. We want this to not look like, we want to be thoughtful in how we put this together. Yes. And I think we're doing that right now. Supervisor Bohn?
I'm just going to say a 7-member committee. I don't think we're going to have any trouble at all filling that whatsoever. I have a whole bunch of faith in all these groups that we're going to be able to fill this and get a working group up and running. So I don't think it's going to be a problem at all, because I think this is something people are hoping for, and some people would love to serve our county by helping with this. So.
Okay. Is there any additional comments at this moment? Or does someone want to make a motion of a sort, perhaps?
I'll make a motion. Hold on a second, let me find the wording here. But I mean, mostly it's basically to approve the charter with some amendments. If that's all right, and I can kind of enumerate or go through the list, and we can have that discussion.
Well, perhaps then there's not a motion yet if we still haven't gotten down to that point. It doesn't matter. CAO Nilsson, how would you best
Well, possibly I can work to help you enumerate the changes that I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
So on the cover page, remove and finance. This will just be the audit committee. On page 3 of the charter, under section 4C 2, possesses an understanding of generally accepted accounting principles and financial statements. That would be added to the section 3, the representative of the special districts or schools in Humboldt County. Then on page 7 of the charter, under authority number 6, C2, replace require with request. And then the motion would also include appointing the chair and vice chair as the 2 board members on the committee.
Thank you. I have one more, I think, which is, or maybe 2 more. One is to, in the purpose, number 2, oversight of the systems of internal controls, comma, procedures and policies, or policies and procedures. I mean, I'm just trying to get the policies and procedures in here somewhere.
Where, through the chair, where are you again, Supervisor Wilson?
I am through the chair. I am section 2, purpose, page 2. I was just trying to make sure that it's enumerated that this committee really has some discussion about the policies and procedures.
And through the chair, and where did you want policies and procedures to be inserted? After
number 2, section 2.
Okay.
Yep. And then what? And then yeah, under purpose. Mm-hmm. So and then one more thing on section 3, under membership A, instead of financial expert, accounting expert would be of at least 1 accounting expert.
Okay.
I think that mostly.
I'd like to ask County Counsel Billingsley. He popped up. When he pops up, like, I want to hear what he wants to say.
I just wanted to add, Chair, in addition to appointing a chair and vice chair to the committee, the charter needs to be changed to reflect that as well. Instead of the appointment process, it should just designate that the chair and vice chair are the members from the board.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Wilson, was that the end of what you had brought forward and what you heard and what Amy heard? Any of the other supervisors have any additional changes they believe we talked about?
No, but could I hear these all over again, just so we...
Certainly. Should we call? Okay, yeah. Amy, would you like to, can you provide what you need for an appropriate motion?
Through the, yes, Chair Bass, let me give this a shot.
Thank you, CEO Wilson.
On the first page of the charter of the Humboldt County Audit Committee, remove and finance from the title. On page 2, section 2, purpose, number 2, the systems of internal controls, comma, policies and procedures will be added. Section 3, A, under membership, replace financial with accounting expert. Page 3 of the charter, A2, remove A, and say, and replace, well, just replace A with appoint the current Board of Supervisors chair and vice chair to serve on the audit committee. Then for number 3 in the same section 3, add possesses an understanding of generally accepted accounting principles and financial statements, the ability to assess the general application of such principles in connection with the accounting of estimates. The paragraph that is seen in number 4, C2, that will be placed in number 3. Then on page 7 of the charter, under section 4A6C2, replace require with request.
Which one?
Oh, don't make me say it again.
Can you just put expected?
Supervisor Bohn, County Council Billing, please just raise his hand. Now go to Supervisor Bohn. Yes.
Just to clarify that the motion also includes adopting staff recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 5, and 4 as modified by the board to appoint the chair and vice chair.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, when we go back to meetings on B, it says meetings, all members are expected to attend. So instead of require request, can we just be and just say expected? I mean, I don't know how much you want to wordsmith this, but require, request, expected, pretty please, there'll be a candy bar waiting. I don't know what you want to say to make sure they get there, but at meetings and administrative support and records, it says all members are expected to attend, all regularly scheduled. So shouldn't everybody be expected to attend the meetings?
I think, and maybe I'm wrong, CAO Nelson, part of that was, could that also not just be the people on the committee that are elected, but other department heads that potentially have, need to have a conversation with?
Through the chair. So the section that we're modifying is the presence of any elected or appointed official, and so that's where we're changing required to request. But
or
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But the non-voting advisory members would be expected to attend the audit committee meetings.
And through the chair, right above that, it says the committee may direct county employees to attend any of its meetings. So there already is right above that. So on the change that is the related to the supervisors, I know you changed that to part A to shall be chosen by a majority to it shall be the chair and vice chair. I would also add at the end of that on an annual basis, and that way it changes just like it does. Would be great. And one thing that I did I apologize, I forgot on my list was, an option we might have for the representatives, the school districts and citizen members is a 4/5 vote of our board in order to ratify the person to be on there, and then that way I just feel like, would be less, it'd just be a broader majority as opposed to 3/5 or 3/5 vote. It's just an option. Take the pulse of the board on that.
Yeah, okay, I will ask others if they have any thoughts on that. Supervisor Bohn, your microphone's off. I'll start.
I'm fine with the majority. Hopefully if we're going to pick somebody from a school system, or from the Board of Education or whoever, everybody, unless somebody's got something out for a school board member.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone, do you have any comments on that item, on that piece, the new piece?
I like Supervisor Wilson's suggestion, but I'd be okay either way.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell, you have thoughts on that either way?
I would prefer majority.
Okay. And, while I could do either way, I think majority right now, we still have to see how this operates. I would expect we might have to do some fine tuning after we experience the first year, because we're going to be knowing a lot more about how it actually operates when it's on the ground. So Supervisor
Chair, I concur, as the motion maker, I concur that this will change over time. So,
and if you're done, Supervisor Wilson, I'll go to Supervisor Bushnell.
I just wanted to, and I know amendments can happen, and I just wanted to make sure that that is an option through the chair, through CAO Nielsen.
And CAO Nielsen, can you confirm that?
Through the chair, Supervisor Bushnell, I'm sorry, I'm making notes. So could you repeat your question? My apologies.
I just think that we are, as we get this evolves, we're going to have to make amendments, and I want to make sure that that is doable.
Through the chair, absolutely. I didn't anticipate that this would be the one and only time that your board saw this charter. It's likely that later on you may want to add functions, take functions away. You know, this really is a living document that can come back before your board at any time.
That's what I wanted to know. And also, can I request that you send a clean copy of the cleanups to me?
Through the chair, yes, I can do that.
And that's a wonderful segue into Ryan, our guy that keeps us all together. How do you feel about the motion as it stated? Do you believe you captured it all, or
well,
the CAO admits it?
There's a couple things. So we definitely need one solid motion on the table. I heard it from Supervisor Wilson, CAO Nielsen, and County Council Billingsley. And what I last heard from County Council Billingsley was to approve staff recommendations 1, 2, 3, 5, and 4 as modified to appoint chair and vice chair. So I definitely would like some clarification on it.
Right, and I believe our CAO is the one who's been madly scratching things down.
And I know there's a lot to it, and I don't know if that entire list is going into the motion, because I don't know if that's what Billingsley was referring to, or.
Well, yes, Amy, and then I have a suggestion, perhaps. Yes, CAO Nielsen.
Well, I was going to say adopt staff recommendation number 1, adopt staff recommendation number 2 with modifications as discussed. Adopt staff recommendation 3. Adopt staff recommendation number 4 with modification to appoint the chair and vice chair of the Board of Supervisors on an annual basis. And then adopt staff recommendation number 5.
Yeah, I understand that.
So moved. And I want to clarify that we did have a discussion about the 4/5 concept, but that did not pass the poll vote. So I just want to make sure that that's not included in there.
All right, so we have a motion.
We need a seconder.
Yeah, do we have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. All right, we have a motion and a second, and I think we are at the point where we can proceed to vote. Ryan, please.
Appreciate that. One last point of clarity. Is the resolution gonna be modified at all, or is it being drafted as the way it's published?
I have a question. Would it make any sense? Do you need a few minutes to put this together? Because if you could whip something up, we could take a brief hiatus, and we could talk about as we're adjourning in memory, folks, if you want. I don't know if you feel comfortable on the fly like this, because I feel like
my apologies. Through the chair, yeah. If I could just type this up, then that would, I think, help everybody be super clear of the expectation of this charter. That would be great.
Okay. All right, so we can keep talking about this, or is all right? Maybe we can talk about the folks we are adjourning in memory of at this moment, since we have a few minutes, or do you want to take a break? Because we're almost done for the whole day, so. Michelle, were you moving your lips?
Just choose Supervisor Bass and we'll do what you say.
Okay, let's talk about the folks we're adjourning in memory of, because we want to give Amy a chance to actually make sure which she prints is exactly what we think she's printing. So we are adjourning in the memory of two community members today, Gino Cortopassi and Ray Haberstock. And regarding Mr. Haberstock, I would like to ask Supervisor Bushnell to say a few words.
Hi, thank you. So Ray Haberstock was born in Shively and grew up there and was a land surveyor in Humboldt County. He started working with Don Bushnell, my father-in-law, for Oscar Larson in Blue Lake in about 1954. I only had the pleasure of meeting Ray a few times, but my husband and my father-in-law worked with him, and his sister, Jeannie Thorpe from Piercy, she was involved in my life, my whole life. And she told me, I had a conversation with her last week, and her surveyors are a unique breed, and they often aren't seen in communities a lot because they're out in the hills and doing their jobs. But she told me she likes to think that her brother left his footprint on over half of Humboldt County, or all of Humboldt County, as a land surveyor. So I just really wanted to send condolences to his family. And when I did meet him, I had the opportunities to meet him. He was very comical and had great stories of his surveying life throughout Humboldt, Trinity, and Mendocino.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And then regarding Gino Cortopassi, I think he was a legend in at least Eureka, if not Humboldt County. Longtime resident, businessman. They had Gino's Auto Supply. I remember him most from Harbor Lanes. He and the family spent a lot of time there. At one time, he ran for city council at the urging a couple of the other council members, and while he didn't win, he stayed involved in city politics, and I experienced that firsthand. And he also had a limousine company. So, like I said, he was kind of a larger than life person, and you know, he will be missed because I enjoyed talking to him, and I send my condolences out to the family. So, anyone else have a comment? Or
yeah, I remember Gino from the old car supply at 7th and F across from the movie theater. I think it's Redwood Arts now. And he had a little bit of everything there. And then he had the bowling alley. And then after he got rid of the bowling alley, you could hold court with Gino, because sometimes he'd be sitting in his driveway at Little Fairfield. You could drive by and he was sitting outside. You could stop and he could tell you everything that was wrong and how he'd fix it. And I'll be damned, a lot of the times he was right. So I'm not so sure he shouldn't have been on the city council. But anyway, good family man, got boys and everything else. So yeah, good guy, very involved in the community. And so was Ray. I did a little business with Ray when he was back taking down gas stations. So he was a kind of a Renaissance man too. So we're losing these people left and right. Sad.
I didn't mention that Ray did a variety of jobs, construction being one, and was primarily in the Fortuna area. And he was surveying until 2020. He was still doing survey jobs. So at 80 years old.
okay, well, it is hard to lose so many members of our community. So do we have the CIO back?
No, I need another minute.
Okay, I heard a disembodied voice just innocently. So, okay, we'll wait for you.
Things must be opening them up. People are asking me to do auctions again, so they must be planning on things opening up. So go, Ryan.
That's exciting. Yes, Ryan.
Do we want to recess for 15 minutes or so?
I didn't know how long Amy might need. It's fine with me.
She said a minute.
I'm close, but I'd like some time to prove, like, just
okay.
15 minutes would be great.
Okay, 15 minutes. All right, we will take a 15-minute break. So actually come back at 3 o'clock, and then we'll finish this. see names. So I just want to see, make sure all of us who is on, or all of us is on. English is going well today. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. All right, 1, 2. Supervisor Wilson, are you, there you are, Bushnell. And Supervisor Bohn. Okay, I hear you through the wall. Okay, he's in there. All right, well, if you'd like to join us, we can. All right, in fact, it's preferred. CAO Nielsen, would you like to tell us what you came up with?
Sure, I'm going to share my screen so you just can all see what I'm looking at.
Thank you.
So there is some modification to the resolution. So the motion, the recommended motion is to adopt staff recommendation number 1 with the following modification to the 5th whereas the audit committee shall consist of the chair and vice chair of the Board of Supervisors. There are modifications to the charter. So the motion language would include adopt staff recommendation number 2 with the following modifications. And then as you can see, page 1 of the charter, remove finance. Page 2 of the charter, add policies and procedures. Page 2 of the charter, under membership, replace financial with accounting. Page 3 of the charter, under membership, for the Board of Supervisors shall be the chair and vice chair of the Board of Supervisors and rotate and change as the board chair and vice chair changes. Then under page 3, section 3, membership, this is about the special districts and school slots. You can see that language has been added that they possess some understanding of generally accepted accounting principles. That is the same language that is required for the private appointees. And then on page 7 of the charter, you can see that we are replacing require with request. And then the motion language should also be to adopt staff recommendation number 3. Which is appointing the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and county administrative officer as non-voting advisory members of the committee. And then number 4, the motion should be appoint the chair and vice chair to serve as voting members of the audit committee and as delineated on page 3 of the charter. And then number 5 is adopt staff recommendation number 5.
Thank you, CAO Nielsen. The maker of the motion was Supervisor Wilson, correct? No. Yes.
Yes.
Did that all, I mean, did that all fall together and anything unexpected there?
Yes. No, there's nothing unexpected. I don't think there's anything unexpected.
All right. And this is the seconder.
All good.
Okay. Yes, Ryan.
So for the language of the motion of what we're writing, my understanding is that we're adopting staff recommendation number 1. We're adopting staff recommendation number 2 with the modifications as discussed. Adopting staff recommendation number 3. Adopting staff recommendation number 4, which is to with the modification to appoint the chair and vice chair on an annual basis, and adopting staff recommendation number 5. That works?
If I may, recommendation number 1 had a modification as well.
With the modification.
Reference the chair and vice chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you, County Council Billingsley, for catching all those little things, those important things.
Date number 1 to adopt staff recommendation number 1 with the modification as discussed as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, the maker of the motion is fine with it. The seconder seems fine with it. I will go to Ryan and ask for a roll call vote now that we've got a full motion.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Auditor Paz Dominguez and Director Lee and all the others who were involved. Really appreciate that. So with that, we have no more business because we have no closed session today. And so with that, we will adjourn today in the memory of two community members who have recently passed, Ray Haberstock and Gino Cortopassi. So with that, we are adjourned in their memories.